We shall see. Great. Greetings, family. I know I am late. Not much better. That's gonna have to do. I don't know what I did. All right. So, greetings, everybody. I'm a little bit late, but better late than never. I do not know what is wrong with that screen. Let me look at it. Let me see. It looks weird. Gonna have to do. All right. Greetings, Angelique Victoria Kane. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start with a little housekeeping, and I got a lot to talk to y'all about. So this is what we're gonna do. Greetings, Nina Lanegra. Man, it's so crazy. It's crazy. This week been so crazy. I swear today was Thursday, and the family I'm staying with, the brother was like, "Yo, today is Friday." I was like, "No, it ain't. It's Thursday." He was like, "Woman, I'm trying to tell you, today is Friday." I was like, "No, where my whole day went?" Anyway, so I am Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So we're going to get right into the housekeeping and get right into what I want to talk to y'all about. And hopefully I can cover all the bases tonight without it being no 7-hour live, because I would actually like to do something for a change. I haven't done anything in several weeks for obvious reasons, but I'm feeling the need this 8/8 Portals Eve to get out in the world and let myself be seen. But before I do that, let me get myself a beverage. I cannot believe I sat down here again and did not get myself something to drink. So give me 2.2 seconds while I do that. My bad. Right. Okay. All right, I'm back. All right. So I housekeeping. All right, let me do that first. Then we'll get right into it. Let's see. Y'all tell y'all came right out the gate swinging, didn't you? Hey everybody, hey everybody. Let's see. You know what? Angelique Victoria came. She said, "You started your last video too. This will be short." And it was 4 hours long. No, I'm still in Cali, y'all. Let's see. All right. Okay. So housekeeping. Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Y'all know that. Okay. So there are several ways that you can participate in the fundraising apparatuses of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Okay. So one, I started again with a oh shoot, did it get out of here. Chat, please. Trifling. So I guess that when you hold on. I guess that when you do a goal thing, it starts right as you do it, not because when I set up this live, I set up a goal, and apparently it just ended. I thought it started as soon as you started the live, but apparently it starts as soon as you create it. Who knew? Okay, so I am going to do another goal thing like we did last week and set it again for 2 hours. And it may or may not let me do it because it says you can only do one goal per live, I think. I don't know. Oh, nope. There you go. It's live. So we shall see. We shall see. So I started another goal. So that is same as last time. 20 $5 or more contributions during this live. Let's see if we can make the goal. If so, I meant to change the date. I put Saturday, tomorrow, because again, I thought today was third. Anyway, it's going to be Sunday at noon, not tomorrow at noon. Okay, so that's the goal that's been created. You can see it there in the live comment section. And then also, guess what I did? I had these in the car when y'all asked about them, but had to dig under a mountain of stuff to get them out of the car. But here we go. Let's see if this works. So there, if you would like to take a screenshot, this is the, if you want to make a donation via Cashapp, there's the QR code, and then also down at the bottom, $, Daughter of the Fates. There you go. If you would like to make a contribution via PayPal, I should have did this different at the bottom. I just printed it out the way it came out, but it's actually the QR code or Cassandra-Floyd, not Faye Floyd, Cassandra-Floyd. I'm gonna have to remake that one. Like if you can't do the QR code, you just want to send it PayPal. Nope, because PayPal is actually the email address. EvoEmeTemp It's the email address for the temple. So I'm gonna have to fix that one. Then Venmo is actually the one that is Cassandra-Floyd. So there's Venmo. There's Venmo or Cassandra-Floyd. And last but not least is Zelle, which is the temple's email address. I got to put that on there too. I just printed out the Zelle QR code, but it's EvoEmeTemp That's for the Zelle. EvoEmeTemp Awesome. Thank you, Mama Maya, for your donation. I love that. Wonderful. Okay. So let's go because we got a lot to talk about. It probably did because I set the goal, but I just literally started it less than 10 minutes ago. So you ain't missing it. Thank you, Angelique, for your donation. Elements of I'm gonna screenshot that. Elements of intimacy. Cool. So listen, I got so much I want to talk. Oh man, really? Hold on. Hold on. You know what? As a matter of fact, give me a minute because I meant to do something before I got up on here because my screen's been acting up all day. Hold on just a second. Let's see here. Okay. So give me a second because I can already see my screen is moving crazy slow. So I can already see it's about to be a problem. Hold on. Dang. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Oh, this is so bad. Hold on. I'm sorry. Dang. Oh, this is really bad. Let's see. Oh, man. Okay, let's try this. Oh, this is so bad. Oof. Today is August 26th. All right, let's try it like this. Sucks. Yeah, let's try it like this. Ooh, that's a lot. All right. Okay, I'm trying to move some stuff while doing this. I'm sorry, but my computer, I can already see this is going to be a problem if we're going to talk, but it feels like my screen is lagging behind. How am I coming? How am I coming across to you guys? Am I slagging? It feels like my screen is dragging. Thank you for the donation, Java Watson. Let me see if this is working. Ugh. Yeah. All right. Just give me a second. I ain't gonna say shit till this is done. So I'm trying to move some stuff off my laptop and clear out one of the 50 tabs. One of the 50 tabs I have open. Give me a second, okay? All right. Let's see here. Don't need that right away, I guess. But you know what? I think I can get that off of there. I think I can get that off of there. That. I wanted to keep that open, but I think that's probably going to be problematic. That. Yep, I think that was it. Yep. Yeah, I think that. That later, I think. Yep. Kind of wanted to do that. I don't. Yep, later, I think. That too, later, I think. That too. That too. Keep that. Leave that. Damn, man. So that. That. Actually, you know what? That. That. That, I guess. Was it? Algorithm. I'll leave that. 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 That later. That. What is that? Nope. Leave that. That. All right. Let's check this. Damn, that's moving hella slow. Come on. Yeah. Mm. Okay, so I'll talk to y'all still, but my like I said, my is moving really slow. So I knew it was a lot. I've been saving a lot. Um, so I'm trying to drag some stuff, save some stuff onto my external hard drive to get it off of my computer and delete it. So hopefully it'll free up some RAM. Let's see. Control Shift R. If I do that, will I have to start the live over? Thank you for the donation, Primal Chi. My bad. So sorry. So sorry. Let's see. So let's see. Do me and blessed. If I do the Control Shift R, will I have to start the live over? Let's see. Because I don't want to do that if I have to start the live over. Okay. Let's see. So first things first. Happy 8/8. Ooh, this is gonna drive me crazy. Happy. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait till it's done. Y'all bear with me, okay? Doesn't matter. No, I don't want to do that either. Shit. Okay. Let's see. Yep. We just got to wait this out because it's almost done. Yeah, it's almost done. And I closed about 30 tabs already. So let's get this show on the road. I have so much I want to talk to y'all about. Let me eat my cucumbers while I'm waiting for this shit to go ahead and move. I don't even start. So, I know exactly what I'm starting with. I don't know what that is, but let's go. Okay. All right, give me a second. What was it? I think it was programs. Oh, that's a lot. Ooh, shameful. Keep saying every time I do this, I'm gonna clear it out before saving anything else. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, so that's 743 items. Let's see. 743 items. And then, well, what? Okay. 742 items. I like it. I'm here for it. Let's go. Okay. All right. Yeah. I like it. I'm here for it. Yeah. Yeah, delete the whole thing. Let's go. Yes. Yes, let's do that. X out of that. And then oh yeah. And and then yeah, the whole thing. Yes. Awesome. Maybe that will do. We shall see. And if it doesn't, we just gonna have to do what we gotta do. Damn, this sucks. Let me X out of that. And did I save that? I think I did. I think I did. So we can X out of that. Hopefully this will work because it's messing up my whole program, my whole project. Yep, my whole project. Yep. 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 Nope. 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 Let's see if that works better. Probably not. Great. Freaking figures. Okay, well, I did all that for nothing. All right. Let's see. Greetings, everybody. Greetings, everybody. Okay, cool. So it's a little better. This is gonna have to do. All right. So I wanted to open with some great news. I thought it was great news because the news is actually bigger. I don't like this. It's actually bigger than it is being given credit for, because I feel like people don't understand or don't internalize the true implications. So this is the good news. Y'all remember we talked actually not too long ago, maybe last week, about this new way that these folks that believe they are in power are trying to, quote, wipe the internet by changing the algorithm. And the way that they're doing that is like the most prominent example being used is JD Vance twice. Thank you for the donation, you guys. JD Vance twice, not once, twice, professed to writing a book, two books, and both the books were that he named, quote, his books were the exact same name of two books written by Bell Hooks. Two. And so several content creators have been talking about how we talked also about Christopher Nolan doing the same thing because something to do with his brother, who apparently was like a hitman or something, and somehow his brother, his quote unknown brother, the hitman was somehow tied to the name Oppenheimer. And so the girl theorized that the reason, or heard or read somewhere, that the reason Christopher Nolan was so obsessed with the idea of making the movie Oppenheimer was in an attempt to change the algorithm, the search algorithm, so that his brother's name no longer came up so high in the algorithm. And so he made the movie to change the algorithmic search for Oppenheimer away from his brother and towards this movie. Crazy, right? But on a lower level, this is what J.D. Vance did this past year, was to, quote, release 2 books, both with the name of books previously released by Bell Hooks, right? And we was all in the heart chakras about it. I was too. I was like, these filthy sons of guns, is there no link that they won't go to, right? And so everybody had been talking about this like diabolical thing. And of course, the person of all the people in the world, of all the makeups of all the people in the world, the person that he would target would be a deceased Black female to, quote, attempt to what? Write out of history. So let me tell you what had happened. Yes, absolute trash. If you want to call him a human, you can. I suspect otherwise. But let me tell you the news that I found out that was so wonderful. So wonderful. Because our mother ain't having it. Our mother ain't having it. Okay? She ain't having it. And when I say our mother, I'm specific today. Our mother, Bell Hooks, ain't having it on this here day. Baby, she ain't having it. Because let me tell you what had happened. In all the years that Bell Hooks has been a writer, a well-known writer, she had never, not once, been on New York Times bestseller list until this diabolical white boy attempting to erase her contributions from humanity by stealing and superimposing the name of 2 of her most famous books onto books of his to, quote, in an attempt to disappear her out of the algorithm. How about it had the exact opposite? It had the exact opposite effect. For the first time, Bell Hooks' book, Communion, The Female Search for Love, is on the New York Times bestseller list. Yes. Yes. She ain't having it. she ain't having it. She ain't having it. I said, come on in the room with this good news today. I needed some of that. I love it. Yes. She said, mediocre white boy. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. And baby, the internet did their thing because they was like, not on our watch neither. Not on our watch neither. Okay. So anyway, I thought I would open with that great news. I did not want to forget that. And then also, I wanted, because there's so much I want to cover, some of it will just be in bullet points. All right. So that's a bullet point marked. All right. Done. That's our good news today. Okay. So I am going to thank you for your donation, my dear. Bless the Bell Hooks and all her offerings given to us. Yes. I'm about tempted because every single solitary one of my books is in storage. Every single one. I had meant to keep a box close to me, but by the time I got to the house where these brothers was packing my books, everything was in a box and I could not get to the ones that I wanted to keep out. And so every single one of my books is in storage. Fortunately, the sister and the brother who have allowed me to stay here for a little while, they are followers of my channel. So several of the books that I needed, they have. Okay. And I bought a book because I knew I wasn't going to get it any cheaper any other time. And it was the last one. So I'll tell you about that a little later. However, because I had been threatening for some time to reread the book Communion, The Female Search for Love. It was the second book I read on this channel. And because when I read it, I was living out in San Gabriel. It was during COVID, and the the Wi-Fi was not good. And so I've had several people ask me to eventually reread the book Communion for the Female Search for Love, because it's so much of it is so splotchy, right? Plus the way the chapters were laid out was something weird. And I was like, okay, when I go back, I'm going to have to actually do it like I did the Great Cosmic Mother. I'd read the Great Cosmic Mother twice live, but because the Great Cosmic Mother's chapters are not numbered, I had to reread it again, being very, very diligent about numbering and naming the chapters, because it was not the easiest thing to follow for people who were looking for it chapter by chapter. So I did, and it was Communion was a relatively short book. And so I'd been promising for some time to reread Communion. And also I think it was to reread the Sibyls, the first prophetesses of MamiWata and the Theft of African Prophecy, because I think it was the same thing. It was like the Wi-Fi was really splotchy or something. And so many times, these are just comments that had come up under each one of those books, was that if in the future I had the time to please reread those. So I might even go as far, because listen, my storage situation is one that has me, I don't even want to think about it. Because when I tell you that these guys came through my place like a wrecking ball and a hurricane at the same time. So when it gets to the point where I'm actually able to take my books out of that storage unit, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna just tell y'all right now, I'm going to cry. There was no order. There was no system. You feel me? It was just like, we ain't writing shit. We just gonna put everything in a box and get it in your storage unit. And I was like, okay. It was a lot. So the Communion and the Sibyls and what's the other one? There was one other. It was Pure Lust, man. Right now, I keep saying every single solitary day something comes through my feed, and I'm like, oh my God, we have to live in real time reread Pure Lust. It's like the crystal ball just opening right now in real time. I just feel it every day. Something comes through my feed, something comes through my cipher. I'm like, damn, we gotta read Pure Lust like right now today. So it might be a thing where I have to buy them over or something until I can get to my books, because I don't know. But anyway, with Communion, the Female Search for Love. Yeah, probably pretty soon. And because the connection, I don't know if it's because of where I am in the house. It might just be that I have to schedule days to go to the local library to do lives, because oh, that's awesome. Angelique Victoria came, man. What an awesome and wonderful sentiment. And I will totally accept that. Email me at EVO. Let me just type that. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. And that way you can okay, cool. Yes, Zelle is great. Awesome. As a matter of fact, if you want to go to thriftbooks.com, that's where I buy my books from. Thriftbooks.com, because you can get them used. That's where I get every book from. So you can get them used. You can look me up. I think it's just Cassandra Floyd. Or you can use my email address, I think. And then, yeah, whatever. Let's talk about it. But yes, I will totally accept that. Okay. So that's done. Let's on to the next item. All right. I don't want to get into that deep yet. Not that. Not that. Okay. So let me tell you. The family that I'm staying with, the brother and his son are hardcore comic books and subsequent movie hero fanatics, right? And so I think Spider-Man came out last week, right? And so their family went all to see Spider-Man, and then on matinee day, right, discount day, me, him, and a couple of his friends went to go watch it on Tuesday, right? This past Tuesday. And so I told y'all, whenever I go to the movies, I take a pen and a piece of paper and I take notes because I already knew this movie just watching previews. I already knew this movie was going to be something that I was going to have to do a breakdown on, which is not today, but I just wanted to forewarn y'all. I took 7.5 pages of notes off the Spider-Man movie. What is it called? What is it called? Brand New Day or New Day or something like that. There was a lot in it. Okay. Some of the things that were in it, the homie told me I'm gonna have to go back because I haven't watched Spider-Man since Tobey Maguire days. I have not watched any of the new Spider-Mans, period. Old school, I think the last Spider-Man I watched was with the original Dr. Octavius, Doc Ock. That's it. So Tobey Maguire days. And so he was like, you ain't got to watch them all, but you at least got to watch the one before this one and the one before that one. He said, preferably you have to go back and watch them all the way through. But in order to get the depth of what you got in your note-taking process from this past movie, this past week, you gonna need to go back. I said, okay, but I'm still, before going all the way back, I'm just gonna start with this actual movie and the many notes that I took, 7.5 pages of notes that I took when I went to go see Spider-Man this past Tuesday. So I will probably do that on like Monday or Tuesday. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna probably do that Monday or Tuesday. But it's not gonna be like, I think the last full-on movie breakdown I did was with Sinners. That shit ended up being like 13 hours for 2 videos. That was like 13 hours. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Okay. I will give y'all the Cliff's notes of my thorough breakdown on the Spider-Man movie. And the most I'm going to give it is 3 hours. I'm just letting y'all know. The most I'm going to give it is 3 hours. And that I'm gonna stick to. Feel me? Okay. All right. So that's the other thing that I wanted to tell y'all. So be looking forward to that. It's coming next week. I'll have the promos up for it. I am going to do my next movie breakdown up on here for the first time since last year when we did Sinners. And so be looking for that. Okay. Then what else? I'm just trying to give you the stuff that can count off as bullet points so I can mark it off and keep it pushing. All right. Let's see. Yes. Oh, I know the next one I need to talk to you about. This is going to be a little bit longer, but I'm still not going to go that deep into it because I don't want to ruin it. Hold on. Yes. Okay. I don't want to ruin it, but let me just tell you what had happened. This had happened today. Okay. Yes, this had happened today. So apparently, I didn't think anything of it. I saw like a piece of a preview for this movie that just looked corny to me. And so I didn't even watch the whole Heat preview. I was like, whatever, right? And then I saw this girl on IG today doing this whole 5-part think piece on just the previews for the movie, because the movie ain't even out yet. It's just previews, 2 different previews, a preview for that they are playing for the United States, and a preview that they are playing for England, right? And so this girl, I should have wrote her name down. I'll give it to y'all later. But anyway, the movie, I haven't watched the 2 separate previews yet because I literally just watched this a couple hours before I got up on here. But I said, nope, this is something we need to talk about. Because like I said, just watching it surface, I was like, oh, this looks stupid. Until I listened to this girl today, I was like, oh no, this is something I'm going to have to watch, and I'm going to have to go deep into it. So this will definitely be another movie breakdown this year. But anyway, the name of the movie, I think, is called The Wicker Husband. The Wicker Husband. Has anybody heard of this? Seen the previews? The Wicker Husband. Anybody? Yes, no, y'all still up in here? Let me make sure y'all still up in here, or I'm still live. Let's see. Anybody? Yes, no, maybe so, kind of, perhaps. Y'all still in here? Thumbs up, some emojis, something. Okay. I think it's called The Wicker Husband or The Wicker Man, but I think she said The Wicker Husband. Okay. So I saw the preview. I didn't see I saw a piece of a preview, and then I saw this girl's 5-part think piece on just the previews. The movie ain't even out yet. She just saw the previews. That's it. Okay. But what stopped me was because she was holding up a book while talking about the preview, and the book that she was holding up, you guys, listen, tap in. The name of the book that this woman was holding up, actually 2 books, because she had 1 book in the first one and then another book in the second one. The 2 books that this woman was holding up while talking about this new movie about to come out called The Wicker Husband, the first book was the book The Delectable Negro. That's the book that she was holding up while talking about this movie. The second book that she was holding up while talking about this movie was the book by Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Mask. I said, oh shit. Okay. Because I was like, the 2 little seconds that I saw on the preview, I was like, this looked like something stupid. Next thing. Then today on my feed, this girl talking about what stopped me. She hadn't even said anything yet. What stopped me was seeing this book, and it's, I don't know if she's white. She might be mixed race, but this white presenting woman holding up this book, The Delectable Negro. I said, oh shit. So short version of a long story, because I'm definitely going to do a movie review about this here movie when it come out. But I will give you some bullet points, and I took a gang of bullet points just off this girl's videos about what she was drawing out from the movie. Okay. So apparently, I still haven't even watched the preview, but apparently maybe we can watch. Is it possible for me to watch the preview without being flagged? Let me see. Maybe we can watch the preview together before I talk to you about the notes that I took. Hold on. Let's see. Ew, man. Okay. So like I said, and I couldn't figure out why, but she talked a little bit about it, but I'm going to go deeper. But there are 2 different trailers, one that's primarily being shown in the States, and then one that's primarily being shown in the UK. So we're going to look at them both, and then we're going to talk about the notes that I took. Okay.
smell your cum.
Love seems more a burden than a prize.
Sorry.
Where's my monsters?
There's absolutely no shame in living out your remaining days alone.
I'll marry you.
I want you to make me a husband.
Be at the chapel in a month.
Good.
My gift is my craft.
A man's work is greater than the man himself.
Especially this.
I am here to marry you.
It's against the gods, isn't it, to marry a tree?
Does he have other bits to him?
I heard that he's strong as a tree and just as hard.
He's wicker.
You've got some sort of scheme going with the natural world, haven't you?
Mother Nature provides. I merely augment.
The bed is broken. I will fix it.
You know, you've made quite an impression. The wives, they're all aflutter.
I don't blame her. I climbed that.
I'm not sure that the fisherwoman and her companion is good for the village.
You are the reason I live and breathe.
It's not natural. Men are not like that.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah, fuck off.
Is someone being murdered?
This whole village has become thoroughly debauched.
They're devils, all of them.
You've been bit by a chicken.
Let's dig in.
Fuck my wife!
Pardon my arse?
I think you'll be pleased, fisherwoman.
Pleased indeed.
My timber knight, my withy ox.
My soft-bodied female animal.
Okay. And then this is the second one, if y'all can still hear me. I guess this is the one that's showing in the States. This is going to be okay.
Today's catch. Tench.
You needn't yell. We can smell your coming.
Lick my worm.
So then, fisherwoman, you caught yourself a lover yet?
Love.
Okay, stop sharing. All right. So there it is. All right. Now that I've seen the preview, like all the way through, I can see what this here woman was talking about. She had, like I said, she was holding up two books. One was called The Delectable Negro, and the other was called Black Skin, White Mask by Frantz Fanon. All right. And the question that she asks as soon as the video starts is the wicker husband a black man? That's the question that she asks. And so there are a lot of angles and like positions that she took to explain this question and why she was using those two books in particular to discuss this question of if the wicker man is a black man. Okay. And so I'll just go over some of the bullet points that she drew out, and then some of the things that I drew out from this little short, trailer. One of the things that she drew out why she asked this question, if the wicker man is a black man, is because she says, that there is a long, long history, obviously, of denying black men personhood, right? And reducing them to simple flesh and bodies. She says, Oh, and she also had another book called Slave Objects. And she says that that this movie is, in her estimation, a reenactment of the long time taboos of Black men and white women in romantic partnerships, not even just romantic partnerships, in sexual interaction. Because what she says is, like, given the plot of the movie and given the period of time that the movie takes place, it is very unlikely that that this would have been a relationship that would have been, even though they placed the strategic lone Negro in the preview, that this would not have been a situation where this kind of relationship or coupling would have been looked upon as welcome. This is still happening around the same time that, even though it's supposedly taking place in Europe, that slavery is happening right across the water in the United States. Okay. Then she talks about, in one of the, like I said, it was a 5-part kind of thing. She talks about, what did she say? I wrote it. It was a quote. She says, she talks about the very, 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 very old, she goes all the way back to the Greek period, the very old implication, the very old implications, even mythological stories about women, white women, in these sexual entanglements, if you will, with animals, as a nod to this idea that, what did she say? Because, quote, the animal, or the one perceived as animal or reduced to animal, is not seen as human, for women, there are no moral implications for either her husband or herself, so that they are able to enjoy the wilds. She explains this as the basis behind like cuck culture, right? That the reason, quote, the white male is not intimidated by bearing witness to this act of, quote, the black brute and a, quote, entanglement with his wife, is because the brute is not perceived as man. For the male or the female, the brute is not perceived as male, as not male, human. The brute is not seen as man, as human. And so even where there's strict Christian or moralistic, dogma is concerned about, fornication and adultery, it does not apply when entangled, that's the word I will use, entangled with a black male body, because that black male body is not seen as human or man. Okay. And so then, and the other aspect of that is that black male body is seen as useful, particularly for consumption, whether it is literal cannibalistic consumption, or whether it is, for lack of a better analogy, we've been talking a lot about the lower mouth, ladies, about the lower mouth, whether it is literal cannibalistic consumption, or whether it is metaphorical female satisfaction and consumption, right? And so so that's the other thing, is that this black male body is still performing in the way that it is expected, which is to perform acts of usefulness and satisfaction while being consumed by their owner, right? So that was one thing. Then, and it's so interesting that this came through my feed today because I saved it. And I think I might have even posted it on my my Facebook feed to go back to take notes. But I literally just watched this video yesterday. It was by this white historian, and the name of the video was, I don't remember, but the name of the video was, or the theme of the video was, from a historical perspective, why when we look at Greek art, are all, especially these sculptures, why are all the Greek male heroes, why do they have such extraordinarily small packages? This was the question that the white guy asked as a historian, looking back at Greek historical art. Okay. He says, whenever you look at all of these places where they have these great Greek heroes, and he starts running down the line image wise, why do they have such small packages? And he talked about the scientific reasoning behind this and the philosophical reasoning behind it. So this shit came through my feed just in time because I was blown away by this guy's video. The guy said that when you're looking at Greek and Roman pasts of these heroes that are models, obviously, that are where these characters are projected onto these models, they are still athletes. Okay, these athletes are typically posing right after some athletic event, and in the the crescendo, the apex, and the decrescendo of the athletic event, the extraordinary the amount of testosterone used to engage in an athletic event, right? That after the athletic event is complete, it is actually going to cause the package to shrink significantly. So between like pre and post athletic event, the athletic event will cause an extreme shrinkage in the package. He said, but this was not seen as a bad thing. That's why these, quote, sculptors preferred to use these male models after an athletic event. He said, and this is the reason why. The dramatic pause is necessary. He said that in Greek and Roman society, a small appendage, if you will, was seen as a symbol of superior intellect. You hear me? He said that a small appendage was seen as a symbol of superior intellect. The idea being that if you had enough self-control, to master your junk, right? Somebody say phallus. Okay, that might get me flagged, but to master your package, then it meant that self-control indicated that you always led with your primary head as opposed to being ruled by your lower head. This is what he said, not me. This is not me paraphrasing. He said it was seen as a symbol. Oh. Yeah. Yo. Hmm. Um. Yo. Yo. He said that it was seen as a mastery of the intellectual mind. That to master the animal nature, listen to me, to master, yo, to master the lower nature was the ultimate sign of genius, of high intellect, of reason. Oh, okay. Oh, let me tell you. So he juxtaposed these images of these most famous sculptures of the quote superior male and his very dainty appendage, and juxtaposed it to the paintings and the sculptures of that period that represented those who were the victims of their animal nature, those who were driven by their animal natures, which was equivalent to stupidity, to an absence of intellect. And there was I think he was like a lower deity. His name, we have a disease named after him. His name was Priapus. Yeah, Priapus. And there is an actual medical condition called priapism. Priapism. Don't quote me on that. I might be butchering it. Priapism. But priapism is caused typically these days by males who may take drugs like what was the big one? It was what was it called? Dang, somebody tell me what the drug was called. What was the drug called? It was Viagra. So one of the more common causes of priapism, which is an erection that lasts an extended period of time, even past orgasmic release, right? So priapism, and it's very painful and it can last a very long time, right? Well, it's named that after a Greek deity called Priapus, who is always pictured, whether in artwork, whether in mosaics or statues, where his package is so extremely exaggerated, if you will, that every time you see him, where he may have on like the same garbs that Greeks wore at that time, like what do you call it? The little thing. It's not a burqa. Is it a burqa? It's not a burqa. Is it a burqa? What did the Greeks wear? The little sheet looking things. And it may have a short dress looking thing, like a short skirt looking thing. Anyway, he's pictured in toga. He's pictured in a toga with one of the short, thank you for that, with one of the short skirt apparatus eyes on it, right? And his appendage is hanging out well below the toga, right? It's like, well, it's just out there in the world. That's how he's always pictured, right? And so this is supposed to be emblematic whenever you would see this. it's supposed to be emblematic of of his wild, uncontrolled, animalistic nature. And because all of his energy is there, he obviously cannot be thinking clearly. The other thing about the Priapus characteristic, because he's not the only one associated with that, he is associated with that. The centaurs are associated with that. The Minotaur is associated with that. The satyrs, aka the fawns, are associated with this idea that if you are driven around as a male by your loins, you feel me, then you cannot possibly be intelligent. You most certainly cannot be intelligent enough to lead or anything like that. So they're always pictured as brutish, borderline maniacal, because they are completely beholden to their animalistic nature. And because they are beholden to their animalistic nature, listen, there he had and I've seen them, but he had a whole list of images that he would show of how this symbol, the phallic symbol that is, quote, exaggerated and erect, became a popular because in this period it was offensive. That you keep civilized, intellectual people keep that behind closed doors. If you cannot control yourself, thank you so much for the donation guided time. If you cannot control yourself so that your lower principle, if you will, is just out there for the world to see, then it means that you are not a person of higher intellect. And so it's offensive, quote, to civilized society to see the priapism. You feel me? Now, since in its offensive nature, it became one of the primary charms that would be used to, quote, scare off like scare off potential bad entities, devils, demons, what else you call them? Like, whatever you needed to keep away from you. They showed this little erect priapism, you feel me, that was made into, it had little angel wings on the base instead of the testes. It had little angel wings on the base. It was made out of gold or bronze or whatever, and it would have little wings on it, and it would be given to a family that just had a baby. And so this charm could either be made small enough for the little baby to wear around their next child, or to be made with other little priapisms, you feel me, in the form of wind chimes. Of wind chimes, where you have 4 or 5 little priapisms with little angel wings hanging above the baby's carriage like a damn carousel to keep the evil demon babies away because they are afraid of the priapism. You feel me? Do you hear what I'm telling you? This is so deep. This is so deep because I think somebody mentioned it up above. Let me go back in this little comment section right here. Let's see. This is how Europeans describe themselves to seem superior, because I think about how they depicted Black folks, and it was the complete opposite. That lets me okay. So while I'm listening to this girl talk about the wicker husband, I'm thinking about this video that I just saw by this historian yesterday, talking about why there are so many nude great heroes with what in today's world we would call a small package, right? And how this seemed to be the center of Greek and Roman culture. It was not something that they shied away from. In their mind, they actually believed this to be emblematic of superior intellect. Pen that. So going back to this movie that's coming out, we see this a lot. So she talks about several other authors, female authors, that talk about like the quote animal nature of desire, the animalistic nature of desire. And some of the books that she points out that are like based on feminine desire, like unspoken feminine desire, because if they were to speak their desires, they would be shamed or guilted by this desire. So it becomes something that they can write about as myth, right? Or what have you. So she talks about the historical birth of the Minotaur, right? Which is the bull-headed, man-bodied, thing, right? And the story of how the Minotaur supposedly came to be. I thought about the series in American Horror Story, The Coven, where Madame Lalaurie was talking in a very desirous, almost kind of lustful way when she was telling the story about how when she was a little girl, her favorite creature was the Minotaur, and she always wanted her own personal little Minotaur, as she tortured this black man and proceeds to turn him into her own personal Minotaur. It seemed, even though we were caught up in the serial killer-esque machinations of this woman, it was, I instantly thought about it because it was like this woman, this ugly, stereotypically unattractive woman who, through her possession of power, could take this very beautiful black man and transform his body as she saw fit. And when she was talking about always wanting a Minotaur of her own, and even the way she was touching him before transforming him the way that she did, it felt very lusty. It felt like she was talking about him as an object of desire, right? Okay. And then she also talked about there is a mythological story about this queen called Pasiphae, who, based on the whole story, Pasiphae is the one that ends up in the entanglement with the Minotaur and thus gives birth to another bull or something like that, right? Whatever, right? So that is another aspect. She talks about Beauty and the Beast, and quote the problem or the problematic view that feminists have had, or the problematic interpretation of Beauty and the Beast that feminists have had in the past. The problem that I had with this woman, a couple of problems. Like, overall, I really liked her approach to the wicker husband thing. And even though, like I said, I think she might be mixed race, at minimum, I think her husband is black. I think she might be mixed race just because of it flows. It's not something that feels forced. Like with white people who grow up around black folks, it still feels forced. With her mannerisms, it doesn't feel forced. I feel like she might be mixed, but is still very kind of like white presenting. And then she's got a bunch of videos with her and black folks. And I think that one of the black men is her husband. I digress. There are a couple of things, but she's also a PhD. I think she said she has a PhD in psychology, I want to say. I don't remember. But anyway, so she is an intellectual. She is a learned person, but whatever. So anyway, two of the things that I felt like were three of the things that I felt like were problematic about the overall lay down of this assertion. And it's something that I've talked about in the past, but I will reiterate it. The first thing is in so-called progressive spaces, I'm always talking about how so-called self-proclaimed progressives are perpetually being manipulated into saying shit under the auspice of being progressive that's actually offensive. Not only offensive, drives me all the way up the wall. She was guilty of doing the same thing. Even as she is talking about these books, the Delectable Negro, the Slave Object, Black Skin, White Mask, she kept saying Black bodies. Every time I hear a Black person say that, I'm instantly outraged. I am instantly angry. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you think that is okay to do? Why would you ever think that's okay to do? Why would you participate in the dehumanizing of Black people? In what world do you think, even if this is you in your mind articulating like how, quote, the opposition sees us, you do not use the language of your opposition. Every time I hear some person, I don't care who it is, I don't care what race they are, I don't care how progressive or white nationalists they are. Every time I hear somebody talk about, quote, Black bodies, I am instantly undone. I'm instantly outraged. Stop doing that shit. Stop doing that shit. Because at the end of the day, it is still white supremacy. It is not only white supremacy, it is the white supremacist abject, irrational hatred of Black people more than anybody on earth. That's what it is. Because at the same time that you will be quick to be talking about Black bodies, as a matter of fact, I took a mental note. I'm gonna have to go back for one of my favorite songs because I know she didn't write it. She is famous for singing it, but I'm like, a Jewish man wrote this song. So what this cracker was trying to say. Because as soon as I thought about that, I thought about the song "Strange Fruit," and we loved it so much because Billie Holiday sang it. But it was a Jewish white man that wrote that song, talk about Black people as, quote, strange fruit and Black bodies swinging and all of this stuff. And here we are, damn near 100 years later, and every time we talk about Black people who are oppressed, Black people who are marginalized, Black people whose lives are ended prematurely, the first thing that we do is transform them from Black people to Black bodies. But y'all don't say that shit about nobody else. Nobody else. Nobody else. When they are transformed from living to no longer living, I do not hear you say that shit about nobody else on earth, on the whole planet. Nobody else's humanity is instantly reduced once they stop breathing. I don't hear y'all say white bodies. Never. Never, 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 never. I don't hear y'all say Indian bodies. Never, 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 never. I don't hear y'all say Mexican bodies. Never, 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 never. I never hear y'all say Asian bodies. Never, 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 never. Never. When for the last month, all these white males have been cutting short the lives of their progeny, cutting short the lives of their counterparts and their progeny. I do not hear you talk about the women and children that are the victims of these males as bodies. Never, 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 never. I never hear somebody get on some TikTok or some IG post or some news station and says that this male person cut short the growth of the white bodies in their homes. I ain't never heard that. But everybody from reactionary to progressive is so comfortable instantly retracting what little humanity we are allowed to have as Black-skinned people. Stop saying that bullshit. Stop saying that bullshit. Now and forever, stop saying that bullshit. That's my go off about that. That's my go off about that. And I hear you, Danielle. Daniela Elevates. Thank you. It always irks me when people say black bodies never sounded progressive. Absolutely not. It is the absolute pinnacle. It is the absolute apex of saying that whatever happens to these people while they are animated, that ends their animation, is justified, because after all, they were just bodies. After all, they were just bodies that just happened to be animated at the time. Java Watson, I don't think that's the same. I'll be honest. I don't think that's the same. And I'll tell you why. Because I've heard many black people, black women, be up in their feels about the distinction between, quote, the categorization of women and of females. I don't, but that's the scientist to me. I think that culturally, and I think it's socially the context, because I say female a lot, but I don't say it the way males say it. So I think context matters. You feel me? When I hear a man say female, I know exactly what the subtext is. I know I don't even have to know the context. I know what the subtext is. This nigga hate women. See what I'm saying? When a woman says female, right? When a woman, unless she is a very patriarchal person, when a woman, I can't even say for the rest of women. For me, I know when I say woman and when I say female, and I am talking about women, I know that I am making a scientific statement. You understand? Because biology matters, contrary to what you've been told and what you believe. Biology is the only way that we know that we are fucking real. It's the only way that we know that we fucking exist. So this campaign, this very subtle, patriarchally imposed, insidious language that males have taken advantage of and taken over and fed back to the general population about why biology does or does not matter. Because I'm gonna tell you, whether it is a LGBTQIA patriarchal male, or whether it is a so-called frontal presenting heterosexual evangelical this and that male who behind closed doors is none of that, I digress. Whether it is an LGBTQIA plus patriarchal male, or patriarchal non-male, or patriarchal gender fluid person, you feel me? Or whether it is an LGBTQIA person, whatever their presentation, that is still very patriarchal in their ideology and machinations, you feel me? Or whether it is a Southern Baptist, hardcore evangelical, fire and brimstone and damnation person who seeks the affections of said LGBTQIA plus person behind closed doors, matters not to me. Matters not to me. I know that when those particular persons say female, the subtext is, I hate people who have uteruses. That's the subtext. Because I'm telling you, man, y'all, somebody is going to be up in their feelings. But I'm telling you, when I say something that hurts your feelings, the first thing I want you to think is that the only reason that this bitch right here, this black bitch right here, said what she said, the origin of it, the root of it, the basis of it, the fucking earth from which it emerges, the rich ass soil from which it emerges is deep and profound love, even if she ain't never seen my face. That's the premises from which anything that I say, even as I will attempt to be gentle, understanding what the world has done to us, that the sternness, it is because I'm telling you, your language, every aspect of your language, your understanding based on the theft of that language has been stolen. It has been stolen and perverted. I'm telling you, this is going to be some deeply uncomfortable shit we get the fuck up into. But we got to get into it. Because the we that we think we are is still based on a world that is topsy-turvy. It is the world of the male mother disguised as loving while sucking your life essence right up out of you. Everything that you think makes you progressive is a weapon imposed on you. I'm just trying to tell you. And unless you can think, and it's never been so profoundly evident. I'll be honest, I'm about to hurt somebody's feelings. It's never been, and it was so perplexing to me as a young person. It's never been so evident than it has been among, in my personal, I'm not casting no wide blanket, bitch, but in my personal, very, very intimate relationships with members within the LGBTQIA plus community. You have been had. Your sexual presentation and gender ideology is yours, but I'm telling you, all of this shit has been formed and formulated still up under a giant global umbrella called goddamn patriarchy. Heterosexuals ain't no different. Your understanding of your sexuality, what your desires are, what those things are that you desire that you may keep quiet, because just like she said, we might be fearful of being shamed or guilted because of our innermost desires. Most of those desires having been formed and shaped by your patriarchal all-father, bitch. That's why I told y'all about a year ago. I did a short version of it at this wellness event, but it's gonna have to be something we dig into. What would human sexuality look like? And I'm talking about in totality, gender and sexual preference, all of that. What would human sexuality look like in a world without oppression? Can you even imagine it? In a world without oppression, in a world without violent oppression, what would human sexuality look like? How would it evolve? How would it present itself? What would our desires be in a world without oppression? In a world without playing out and replaying out under the auspice of role play oppression? What would our desires look? And this ain't based on no just like metaphorical shit I was just thinking about one day because I was trying to be super deep. I was literally doing my hair in the mirror in my bathroom, and out of nowhere, I'm thinking about my own personal sexual desires, my quote kinks, my quote desires that I have been shamed for in what I thought were very trusting relationships. I was married, and it wasn't even deep shit. I was married, and I remember the first time that I asked my husband. I'm thinking this is the person that I can share these things with, that I could not share these things with random people, that I had sex with in the past. This is the person that I married. We up in here. And it wasn't even nothing deep I asked him for. I said, one of my personal pleasures, one of my personal kinks is I like to watch. He was like, what you mean watch? I said, I like to watch males pleasure themselves. I want to understand when a man touches himself. I want to watch how he touches himself. It informs me of how I need to touch him. And so I like to watch males pleasure themselves to completion. He said, are you serious? I was like, wow, is that weird? He's like, motherfucking right, that's weird. I was like, that ain't even deep. I ain't even get deep with you. But I remember, and to me, this was the most honest thing and the most innocent of my quote taboos, of my quote kinks. But that instant in this relationship that I had sacrificed so much for, in that instant, I knew that I could no longer trust my husband with those things that I desired and that gave me pleasure, because he was not safe to talk to about those things. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was thinking about when I was in the mirror. And I was like, and that moment, I remember never in my whole life, child, except when I was young and didn't know no better, feeling like after I discovered, I done told y'all this, after I discovered my orgasm, I wouldn't let nobody play me. But like once I discovered that, I was like, oh, this what I've been missing the whole time? Okay, can't nobody play me. Can't nobody ever get over on me again. I spent my young life letting these mofos play me. It ain't happening no more. I done discovered the secret. I done discovered the goal. I done discovered the fountain of youth, and can't nobody play me. And then 20 years later, I get married. And I ask my husband to do something in my mind that was extraordinarily innocent and simple, but you do anyway. You do anyway. Whether you married or not, whether you can have it every single day of your life or not, males are still going to do that, and I ain't got no problem with that. I like to watch. And his reaction told me everything that I needed to know about whether I was completely sexually safe with him or not. And I'm not talking about sexually safe as an abuse. I'm talking about sexually safe to share those things that even if we be out here, you feel me? Even if we be going through our whole phase, everybody don't get to experience everything. There's some things we keep to ourselves in hopes that we find a person that is that's equally as kinky as we, or equally as, what do you call it? Like adventurous as we may be. And that day, that man taught me everything I needed to know about how we could interact sexually. And so I'm sitting here, random thought as hell, in the mirror. We've been separated many years. I have not heard this man's voice since 2013, 2014. And instantly I'm sitting here doing my hair, and that's the thought that comes forward to me. And I remember in my body right away feeling that same shock. It was shocking, his response. And then the immediate, damn, maybe I am weird. The immediate self-questioning, and then the immediate shame and guilt. You understand? And the next thing was damn, you know what I'm saying? I have some kinks, and I have some, I don't know if I've told y'all, I think I have, I did my little stint very young. I did my little stint in dom work. I was a dom for a hot minute, right? And it was dom culture then. Now, this is a long time ago. This is more than 25 years ago. So I was young, and I'm 50. So this was more than 25 years ago. Dom culture was different than it presents itself today. Way different. Way different. And then, even though it was like I enjoyed the money, I enjoyed the attention. And you hear a lot of women that are, or people, let me not just say women. You hear a lot of people that are in sex work that attempt to express this. I don't know how I got on this, but attempt to express this in different ways. Like what they do, quote, for a living in sex work is completely antithetical to what they enjoy in their personal sexual relationships. I hear that often, that the person that they are over here in their sex work life, in their occupation, is completely antithetical to what they desire in their personal life. I always found that interesting, and it wasn't until I did dom work that I understood that. And so that's why it didn't last long. I was young, and so I couldn't at that time. It would be interesting at my age to attempt to do sex work again, but at that time it was very difficult for me to put a distinction or a separation between my own desires and even in a position as dom, fulfilling the sexual desires of others. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I'll tell you this, there was no pleasure for me in being a dom. That's what I'm saying. That this was a transactional relationship. And so I felt a way about it, because in this relationship where I might be getting paid and the money may be good, and I am fulfilling this service, this contractual service with this person that has a particular kink or desire, that for me, the money was not enough because there was no pleasure garnered in this relationship for myself. It just wasn't. I did not find it pleasurable at all. It was an occupation. And even reflecting on it, it might have just been that I was still very young and had not yet learned how to have like out of sight sex that did not involve or did not need to involve, quote, an emotional connection to have that. I hear so many women, whether I am counseling them in health or whether I am reading for them, I hear, it's still shocking to me, I'll be honest. I hear so many women of every age, from very, very young. I attributed it in me to my youth, but from very, very young to older crones than myself, still say that they cannot engage in sexual activity with a person that they do not care about emotionally. That blow. Now, it might just be me. It blows my whole mind. It still blows my mind. It don't compute. I can't relate. That is not to make anybody out there feel messed up, but it might be my very nerdy, scientific, Chinese medicine understanding of the peculiar nature of female biology based on Chinese medicine. But even before I got into Chinese medicine, I remember the actual moment where I said, oh, I have had this whole thing wrong. I had this whole thing wrong. You understand? And to be able to fulfill desire without running the risk of harm to my heart. Do you understand? And so all these women out here talking about they cannot enjoy sex, they cannot even think about having sex with someone that they don't at bare minimum like or know, or they need to get to know them, or they need to like have some emotional feeling towards them. First of all, it's the reason that so many of you are being betrayed. It is the reason so many of you, your heart is being biologically betrayed by males. That is the reason, is because your anatomy and a deep understanding of your anatomy would inform you of something different. These males know that you walk into 99.9% of every situation leading with your heart chakra. And all you women out here doing a million trillion videos about how males lie because you put your heart on Front Street. You tell them what you want and desire right away, and they conform, you understand, like contortionists with masks on to be the perfect presentation and personification of what your utmost desires are to get in. And once they get in, you feel me? Because they see sex as synonymous with warfare. It is not, I'm not saying that it is their fault. I am not. I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm not saying that it is their fault. I am saying that we live in a world where patriarchy is the miasm of the day. It is pervasive. It is as pervasive as the air that we breathe. The story about the fish being in the fish bowl and another fish asked the fish, have you ever heard of this conspiracy theory about how we live in this stuff called water? And it's like, nigga, water? What is you talking about? That's a myth, right? Or whatever. It's so pervasive that you don't even perceive it. You don't even think about it. It just is, though it is everywhere, right? That's what patriarchy is, right? And so I am not saying that the pervasive nature of patriarchy is the fault of males. What I am saying is that because of the nature of patriarchy, males are susceptible in a very peculiar way that is always 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day. Every song that they hear, every book that they read, everything, every movie that they've ever seen, every cartoon that they see, everything that they see, everything around them, every logo on every ounce of clothing reaffirms that if they are to, quote, gain proximity, they have to be strategic like a soldier, because sex is war. And at the end, you have a victor and you have the defeated. And if you give in and your what do they call it? And what's the language that they use in Victorian days? And if your gates are breached, then you are the loser. Not only are you the loser, you are the booty through which the victor has an absolute, unquestioned right to. This is the language. You understand? And so women be out here thinking they're going to find a Prince Charming and then lamenting about their sex life, at the same time saying that they cannot engage in sex unless they like somebody, unless they can emotionally connect with something. You done laid your heart wide open for every random slovenly sloppy dressed up, because he can be slovenly sloppy and rich. You understand what I'm saying? And this is just me. You can take everything that I've just said, because I don't even know how I got on this, with a grain of salt. But I'm just going to tell you, and I'm going to reiterate it. And I don't feel no kind of way about it. Being that girl, being, born and raised a Christian, sex is sacred, but then with all that was me. And that's why a year and a half with the father of my child and not one single orgasm to show for it. And 2 years after that with absolutely no sex. And then to have sex and discover my orgasm for the first time. I'm not talking about the orgasm that we can generate for ourselves through self-pleasure. That's different, and you know it. It's different, and it feels different. It's different. Do you understand? That's not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is fully engaged, fully reciprocal orgasmic release that is with someone that is interested in your pleasure. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And they don't have to love you. They do not have to be emotionally connected to you to be interested in your pleasure. And that's the discernment that we don't make typically as women. You understand? I knew this was going to be a little controversial thing. So again, you know what I'm saying? Whatever your pleasure is whatever your pleasure. And I am not I have different phases of how I experience pleasure or different things. We dynamic people, especially we born with uteruses. We are absolutely identifiably dynamic. We are phases personified. Sometimes I like what some people would call roughneck sex. You feel me? Sometimes I like gentle lovemaking. It depends on the turn of the moon for me. It depends on whatever, right? And so I'm still talking about a woman being fully self-aware, fully physically self-aware, because it is not the male that is responsible. And I'll be quick to tell a man that. 75% of my getting there is me. You have to like you. You have to like looking at you with the lights on while you are engaged. You have to like you. You have to be fully in your body to get to the place where I have been in my entanglements, if you will, right? You have to like you. And that's a hard thing for a lot of women. You have to have no qualms whatsoever about your entire self. You feel me? That's a hard place for women to get to, especially if they're engaged with somebody that does not make them feel like, yeah, for this 30 minutes that we together, for this hour that we together, you the shit, you the center of the universe. How can I help you get there? And that shit exists. Even in somebody whom you may not make a boo, or they may not be interested in making you a boo. How can, for this period of time, we be fully engaged in reciprocal pleasure? And that is real. Confidence is a big part of that. Confidence is a big part of that. Plays a big role in that. I have had really, once I took possession of confidence, once I took possession of confidence, baby, it changed my whole life. That's why I'm out in LA with an attitude about how I ain't got laid in a year, is because I know what I come to the table with. You feel me? And so I'm just going to tell y'all, I'm telling y'all this for a reason, because even this thing, let me go back to what I was originally talking about. I got off on that I was talking about this and this. Okay. So I won't wrap this part up, but it's really interesting to me. And I have been obsessing about this idea for real. I'll even tell you, I've been obsessing about this idea for the last maybe 2 years, in particular, because so many people, as a matter of fact, I do want to say something about this. I'm gonna do a piece about this, but this divide, especially in younger generations that are my children's age and younger, right? They're saying that these generations of adults, millennials, and so on, are having less sex than ever before, right? And there is this split in Gen Zs, and these, these stats, or the place where these quote researchers are coming from, right? There is this notion that if women are not going to be protected in the world, whether it is by their governments and laws, or whether it is by the men in proximity to them, their husbands, sons, this and that, and that at the same time, these governments are going to walk back the rights that they have amassed for themselves in terms of sexual protection, aka abortions and such. And on the other extreme, and so women are, in response to that, are saying, okay, well, we can't get what we need to be engaged in sexual activity safely and on safe terms for us, then bump it. We just ain't having sex no more. We just decentering men. On the other extreme, you have this quote, self-proclaimed incel society that is teaching primarily young men under the age of 35 that the reason they cannot, quote, be regularly engaged in sexual activity with the opposite sex is because of feminism or whatever. You feel me? So you have, for a very long time, for the first time in a very long time, this massive divide between, quote, females and males, and everything is the explanation and excuse, but what is actually at the center of this shit. Now, I, being the conspiracy theorist that I am, I'm gonna tell you what I think the issue where human connection is concerned. I'm gonna tell you what I think the problem is, and y'all ain't gonna like my answer, but this is not me in some vacuum. This is me, the scientist. This is me, the doctor. This is me, the devotee to alternative medicine and philosophies. This is me, the historian. This is me, the political scientist, dialectical, historical materialist. This is me, the astrologer. This is me, the devotee to the goddess. And I'm telling you that what allows for males, malignant males in positions of power, particularly those that have stolen the wealth of the entire world and called it their worth, called it their earnings, or some dumbass shit like that y'all all accept, that you have, in order to maintain that and create a constant environment, a constant atmosphere of chaos and joylessness, you have to suck all the joy out of the world. You have to do that. You have to suck all the goddamn joy out of the world. And the joy and the pleasure and the ecstasy and the happiness, you have to try to vacuum that shit out the goddamn ethos so that it does not contend with that keeps you wealthy. What contends with keeping you wealthy is happiness, is joy, is pleasure, is ecstasy. I'm telling you. And so what you have to do is create these illusions of contest and composition. And what better way to do that than to turn males into sex deprived lunatics, because you know that historically, this ain't my opinion, historically, that when you make it difficult through programming for males to get laid, they become violent, and that energy. As a matter of fact, don't what's her name? Barbara Moore say something about this, that very thing right in this book, that what otherwise would be ecstatic, orgasmic, harmonious sexual pleasure that emboldens among the class. That's what she says. That the state takes that same energy that would otherwise be used on creating bonds among the class, among the oppressed, and what would eventually become revolutionary energy. That's what she says. That's what she says. That's what she says. She says orgasmic ecstasy as a bonding right among the class. Talking about those who might be oppressed, that if they are using not consciously, they don't have to be consciously thinking, okay, we're using sex as a ritual. Just genuinely enjoying reciprocally pleasurable sexual intercourse among the class lends to the generation of revolutionary goddamn energy and spirit. And so what the state has to do is divert that potentially revolutionary energy and then corral it through two things. She says, one, to create the conditions where the males in any population don't have the ability to have gainful employment and access to resources. That's what she said in 1983. That if a sexually frustrated group of males do not have regular access to gainful employment, what they do is create those conditions that make it so that they don't have regular access to gainful employment, so that they can divert that potentially sexually charged revolutionary energy into something that now becomes the fucking state. That's what she said. She said, because the first thing they'll do is make sure that the men can't get no work. They can't, so their confidence is all messed up. You feel me? Can't get no work, can't support their family, can't do this and this and this and this and this and this. And then say, oh, but look at this right here. We do need security guards for this factory that's 90% females. You want to be a security guard over here and give you an income that you would have never made otherwise. Pay good to be the police over your country women. This is an old thing. We saw it play out in real time right here in our face with this whole ICE thing, and how when it first jumped off, I was like, I'm in LA. I ain't seen a single white ICE agent yet. I was like, damn, where they find all these Negroes and these Mexicans from to be ICE agents? Oh, well, what they did was they spent the prior 2 years making sure that these same males could not find no gainful employment nowhere the hell at all. And then say, guess what? We'll give you a $50,000 signing bonus and write off your damn student loans if you got any, and pay you more than the police officers in LA County make their first year as police. All you got to do is be slave catchers. And they were like, all right, boss, well, you know, this sucks. You understand what I'm saying? But I mean, nigga got to eat. nigga got to eat. And then the indoctrination, once they accept the contract, while they up in the culture that informs them that the people that they are going after aren't human. Sounds familiar, don't it? They aren't human. They're less than you. They're not as good. So you don't have to feel bad about what you do to them, because they ain't like you. They just illegals. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I said, it's really, really interesting how subtle the change in language was. I said, it's been a long, 30 years since I heard even people in positions of power talk about undocumented people as illegal aliens. I said, it's been a long time since I heard illegal aliens. I said, even the most rabbit at the mouth, frothing out the mouth, dog ass politician was calling people illegal immigrants for a long time. For the longest time, that's what they've been calling them, illegal immigrants, illegal immigrants. Okay, fine, that's still messed up, but illegal immigrants, illegal immigrants. All of a sudden, like it just came out of nowhere and just spread like a virus. Illegal aliens, illegal. I was like, when they start saying that again? I said, oh, see, it's a part of the dehumanizing language that, if spoken like a mantra, becomes a spell in the ethos like an infectious miasma that automatically dehumanizes the object of your aggression, while at the same time justifying any act of aggression against said lower than human person. See how that happens? The language precipitates the behavior that needs justifying. You need to rationalize this in your own skull, because just a half a second ago, your own skull would see this and be like, this is crazy. But now that money has come with the necessity for the aggression, now you have to accept the mantra as truth in order to resolve this conflict between your head and your heart. Your ass look like everybody that you pouncing on. Something has to be able to rectify that shit. Something has to be able to help your ass sleep at night. This beheading that you willingly go through, so that your heart is not harassed by what you see with your eyeballs or experience in your flesh that you are being asked to do. If you want to secure this money bag for you and your one, if you want to secure some safety for you and your one. You feel me? Anyway, and so I went off on that because this ain't nothing new, man. And the fact that we don't read, the fact that we don't study, the fact that we don't look back, that's what's saying come for me. That's what's saying come for me. That's what's saying come for me. And I don't give a fuck. If we are not constantly, every day, like I do, y'all think I'm a lunatic. Every day, today, I said, what happened on this here day 25 years ago? What happened on this here day in the year 1906? What happened on this here day in the year 1916? What happened on this here day in the year 1926? Y'all think I'm a lunatic, but I'm telling you, man, everything is telling us, look back. This is not new. How did your ancestors deal with this? Look back. The answer already exists. You don't even have to come up with it new. Look back. Okay, somebody is kicking my ass about, thank you so much, Nina LaNegra. She says there are 8 minutes left remaining in the timer for this fundraiser, and we are very, very short. So we only have 8 out of the 20. So again, for those of you who might have come in after I made the announcement, we are doing a goal thing, right? Like we did last week. And the goal is 20 people making a $5 or more contribution via the live stream. So like super chat, super thanks, this and that, and this and that. And if we reach 20, then Sunday at noon, I will do like I did last week, a 2-hour, and it ended up being longer than 2 hours, but a 2-hour straight up Q&A session. Ask me whatever you want. It don't have to be related to anything I've ever said. It could be related to everything I said, but full on open forum Q&A session for 2 hours on this Sunday. And, but we got to meet this goal. And Sister Nina LaNegra says there is only 8 minutes left for there to be 12 people to make a $5 or more. And the $4.99 counts, by the way. So somebody was saying, does the $4.99 count when they make a super chat or super thanks for $4.99? Yes, they count it. So a $5 or more donation, be a super chat, super thanks, this and that, and this and that, within the next 7 minutes. Okay, thank y'all for hyping it up. I guess I should have said more throughout this thing, but thank y'all. Seeing y'all hyping it up throughout the chat. Let's see. Let's meet this goal, everybody. 20 people, $5 donation within the next 10 minutes. Okay, I see y'all in here. Let's see. They also choose many agents that had records of domestic violence, though they said they did background checks. Yes. They demonize the migrants as threats to women and children while they're hiring known felons and particularly of a certain type of violent nature. Somebody mentioned it, crimes against women and children. Yes. That's not uncommon either. All right. So 7 minutes. I love all you cheerleaders in the comment section. 7 minutes. Nope. On my timer, it says 4 minutes and 53 seconds to get 12 people to make a $5 or more donation via super chat, super thanks, or I think even the little, hold on, I think the jewels, I don't know if the jewels count or not. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's counting towards. Oh, thank you for the donation, Bayoni. So I can see thank you so much again, Bayoni. So I can see also again, it doesn't come up often, but I can see, especially, I think it is timely because of the nature of the tomorrow, especially being the 8/8 portal. And I mentioned it slightly last week, but tomorrow being the 8/8 portal, tomorrow is also International Female Orgasm Day. I don't know how many of you know that or were here for the last live when I talked about it. July 30th was National Orgasm Day. Oh, thank you, Candace, for your donation. Okay, so I got 2. I'll tell you what, I still will count the ones that come in through like Cashapp, Venmo, PayPal, or Zelle. So we got 2 via Cashapp, and that's it that's come through so far. And then we have how many? It's not shut. Let's see. We got 3 minutes left. Let's see. Now I can't see. Can somebody else see how many we need? Because now that the minutes are showing up, I can't see how many we need. Okay, so we still need 9 in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I don't know. That's hella ambitious. That's hella ambitious. After this goal is over, maybe I can set up another one for an hour. But I think I told y'all last week was my first time ever using it. And I think 2 hours was the most time. But I will, after this time is over, I'll see if, thank you so much, Aunt Jemima 7727. I love it. What a generous donation. I appreciate you, sister friend. But yeah, I think I can check after this is over and see if that is if it's available for me to set another goal for an hour or something like that. But anyway, what I was saying was, thank you so much, Unique Wisdom, for the donation. Come on, let's go. We might even do it. We got 1 minute and 45 seconds. Let's go. We got 1 minute and 45 seconds. Anyway, so July 30th was National Orgasm Day. Tomorrow, the 8/8 portal is International Female Orgasm Day. And then December 21st, the solstice, is International Orgasm Day, right? Oh, thank you so much, Cammie Love. Thank you. We got 1 minute and 10 seconds. So the reason I'm saying that is because every time, which is very rare these days, every time I talk to you guys about human sexuality or even human sexuality and gender politics, I hate saying gender politics, but gender issues, gender related issues. y'all seem to get extra hyped up. Y'all seem to get very interested. So it may be something that I have to prioritize. I've been thinking about this thing and mulling over this thing about this idea that came to me, just thinking about my own sexual life and shit like that, about what 20 seconds left, y'all. What would the world look like? What would human sexuality look like in a world without oppression? What would human sexuality look like in a world without oppression? I know y'all probably ain't even thinking about that as deeply as I have been thinking about it since that first epiphany in the mirror with myself and thinking about my own kinks, thinking about my own taboos and my own desires. That would my kinks be my kinks? Would my desires be my desires if I had evolved in a world where oppression did not exist? You understand? Where do they come from? These quote odd kinks that I have. And I have odd kinks. I ain't gonna try to front on y'all. So y'all don't, I tell y'all this regular. The state is the state. You feel me? So the state will use your personal life to attempt to shame you in front of the world. Y'all don't be shocked, awed, or surprised if one of my very personal and private kinks makes its way on the front line somewhere in an attempt to shame me, because I will not be shamed. My sexual kinks, my pleasures, my oddities, and my taboos are not oppressive. They still demand reciprocity. They still demand informed consent. You understand? To the regular everyday person, they just might, especially a black woman, they might cause people to do like one of these, like shock and surprise. I'm just saying. So I'm just saying that for those that might be of the state-like persuasion. There ain't shit that you can do that's gonna shame me in the world. I might have to explain to people the nature and the origin of my particular kinks, but they are nothing that would have people be like, what you call it? Like trying to crucify me or nothing. You feel me? But me being a black woman, it will probably give people pause. That's all I'm saying. And one of these days, I'll be honest, y'all might know them all. Truth be told, if I can listen, let me just tell y'all something. If I can make the temple pop the way I see the temple popping in my mind's eye, one of these days, y'all gonna know all the things. Y'all gonna know all the things. You feel me? Until that day, those things belong to me and to me alone. Somebody say, honey, I have kinks too. Shit, I'm a Scorpio. Mine all involve informed consent, and that's on authenticity. Okay. You feel me? I think so I think that it might be a discussion that has to happen sooner than later. I'm gonna tell you, you know what? Let's divert. Let's deviate for a minute. I'm gonna tell you, this is gonna have to be a discussion that happens like ASAP. This is gonna have to be a discussion that happens not only ASAP, but in a way that becomes massive. I was just talking about this the other day because I just informed you. July 30th was National Orgasm Day. Tomorrow, the 8/8 portal is International Female Orgasm Day. And then December 21st is International Orgasm Day, right? And I'm going to tell you, I was thinking about, but let me tell you, I had been invited the last time I went, I did not engage, but the last time I went with this group that I'd been going with for several years to do ayahuasca out in the desert. That year, I knew I was not going to do ayahuasca. I had been having a bad feeling about the trip from day one that I was invited. So I was like, I will come as support. I will come and help with the food. I will come help in that way, but I know I'm not eating medicine. There was just from the first day, I was like, it ain't sitting right. And I'm not gonna allow myself to be vulnerable in that space in that way. All the people I like, fine, but something like energetically was just like, nope, I'm not eating any medicine. Okay. So I'd go and it was the most people we had up there. I think that had been like the 4th summer that we had done that, where we went specifically to this place in the desert to do ayahuasca the weekend corresponding with the 8/8 portal. Okay. And the reason why is because it was like a birthday thing that we did for our main friend whose birthday is on August 8th. Okay. And, but this particular year I was like, no, I can't do medicine at all, like at all. And so we go, but in preparation, me, him, and his girlfriend, fiance were talking, and I was telling them, maybe it was the year before, I was telling them that I'd found out that 8/8 was also International Female Orgasm Day. I was like, oh my God, this could change the whole nature of the ceremony. You feel me? Because anybody that's done ayahuasca knows that what they call their dieta, their period of dieta before drinking the medicine, is typically 6 weeks of I say ascetic. You can call it whatever, but 6 weeks of very ascetic practices. They call it dieta, but the dieta in my mind is very ascetic. Like the diet preparation, I have never done. I've done ayahuasca 4 times. I've never done dieta. I've never done dieta before ayahuasca. Never. Where you can't have no salt. Your food has to be absolutely bland. The only flesh food that you can have is fish, tons of vegetables, tons of grains, but only certain types of grains. No salt, no nothing that would give it some oomph and taste. You just filling the void for 6 weeks before sitting to drink the medicine, right? And no sex whatsoever. Dieta is not just for the 6 weeks prior to consumption of the medicine. You have to continue dieta for 6 weeks after ceremony is complete. That's 12 weeks, child. That's 3 whole months of your life with no sex, no pleasure, no satisfaction in your taste buds. I ain't never did that shit. And I done did ayahuasca 4 times, and I done had deep and profound breakthroughs in it, to each his own. Okay. But this particular ceremony that we went on, I didn't tell everybody this. I told it to the 2 that were leading the thing, right? There were 52 people. 52 people that came to do ayahuasca for this particular ceremony. The most that when we went out to the desert, the most we'd ever done, I think, was 28. This last one that I went to, which was the year before last, 52 people showed up. I said, definitely not. I will not be drinking no medicine. There's too many people. Too much energy. There's too many people. You understand? So, but I told them the day before, because we went 3 days before anybody was scheduled to show up, just to like troubleshoot, prep the place, this and that, and this and that, right? So me and the girl went first. We were there for 2 days. Then her partner came. He was there for a day, and then the next day everybody started showing up. The day before everybody started showing up, I told him, I was like, look, take with this information and do with it what you will. I said, but y'all have been doing this for a long period of time. The girl has gone to Peru to actually study, to actually learn the entire process. And she done gone, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 times to Peru to like stay with them for extended periods of time, 6 weeks, 12 weeks, to learn the whole process, to be able to facilitate herself, right? I was like, so y'all should have a certain level of confidence. Y'all have gone through this process. Y'all have gone and stayed with the Shapipo and this and that and this and that. Y'all know all the songs, this and that and this and that. You know how to grow the plant. So take with this information what you will. They are what you call purists. You've heard this in other traditions. They are purists. if it like religious folk, like Christians can be purists, right? We call them Puritans, purists nonetheless. That if it's not in the word of the Bible exactly like this, then it's not right. That's them. If it is not exactly how it came out of the word of our learning, there ain't no room for it, ain't no space for it. Okay. So I tell them what I tell them. I was like, look, we out here in the middle of this desert on this most powerful week where there's the Lion's Gate 8-8 portal. We doing ayahuasca outside under all the stars because at the same time, every year at the same time, what do they call it? The Palladian meteor shower, the Pleiades meteor shower happens that same weekend as the 8-8 portal. You feel me? And out there in the desert, you can see literally the entire Milky Way galaxy. And every year that we've ever gone, the freaking meteor shower for 2 to 3 days literally looks like fireworks. You can literally see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of meteors the whole weekend. That's why one of the reasons they chose it out there was to do ayahuasca outside for a change, and 2, to do it under the 8-8 portal, which is this dude's birthday, and the Pleiades meteor shower. Powerful, powerful stuff, right? Most of the people that come are couples. So it's like, if this woman who has been a spiritual teacher for as long as I have been is imparting you with this new wisdom that says, okay, this is since I think 1972 was when it was established, 8-8 portal as International Female Orgasm Day. I don't know, seemed to me like we might deviate from the rigid dogmatic application of the pre-ceremony rites to say, well, there's something that we trying to get from this whole process. Let us maybe just on this day, that is the 8-8 portal, make sure that every female out here has mind-blowing orgasms and see what we can set off up in this joint. Everybody, because I told the couple first, one's leading it. Then the day of the 8-8 portal, I just made the announcement. I was like, bump it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this seemed to me like it seems like an opportunity to actually get something from this open gate for all the females out here to be bigged up, to be centered in this most sacred gate while we out here in this beautiful land with the hot springs and all this shit. Like, just make sure your partners get theirs before y'all go in the ceremony and see if it changes anything. Y'all been doing it the same way for years and years and years anyway. Since 2020, I think was the first time that they told me they took the medicine. Just deviate for a half a second. What's the worst that can happen for your female partner to get hers in a most extraordinary way, in a most extraordinary location? Child, everybody rejected that. I was like, this is interesting. Yes, this is interesting. Because we are going to take that dogmatic, joyless, ascetic, what do you call it? What you call it? Pleasureless need for austerity, that in order to get closer to God, there can be no pleasure. That you cannot put salt on your food. You think I'm joking? Because I prepared the meals. I prepared the food for the 4 days that we were there based on everybody's strict adherence to dieta throughout the time that we were there. No salt, no sugar. The only fruit that they could have was watermelon because of its water content to keep them hydrated through this process that runs the risk of potential dehydration because they're throwing up so much. Anyway, it seems. There was one more thing I was going to say about that. that I feel like it might be just me, but I know how much it took me to work through like the fear, the amount of fear that had been superimposed on sex and sexuality for me growing up Christian. Nina La Negra, the answer to your question is no, boo. That it was a pretty widely mixed group. I will say I was the only Black person there, but let me say full Black person. It was one dude who was mixed race and his partner was Asian, though I could not place like where, like what background of Asian. Typically I can clock Asian people. People talking about all Asian people look alike is bullshit. It's lazy. Typically I can clock where Asian people are from, but I don't know where she was from. But his partner was Asian. The two main persons, he's white. He's like white. He's Greek. So he's white. His partner is mixed race. She's Japanese and white. The facilitators, the people who facilitated the medicine, the ceremony, they're all south of the equator, Mexican, Peruvian, Colombian. So a good mix of folks. I would still say the white people there outnumbered everybody else, but not by a lot. Not by a lot. There were a good number of Mexicans there, several Asian, all Asian women, but one. There was one dude. He too is an acupuncturist, and he is from Thailand. So a pretty mixed crowd. As far as full Black, I was the only one. Had always ever been the only one. But anyway, Brian Wilson says sounds like scarcity and famine. Yeah, self-imposed scarcity and famine, child. Why we do that? Anyway, the reason I brought that up, because I was just thinking about it 2 weeks ago, because this couple, they'd invited me to another thing I didn't go to last week, but this is the weekend. Typically they do their thing around ayahuasca and this guy's birthday or whatever. And I was thinking about them, and I'll take my tea, cucumbers out my tea. And I was also thinking about what else we've learned about the significance of the Lion Gate, 8-8 portal, Sopdet, so on and so forth. And this peculiar 8-8 portal that's unlike any that we've experienced in the past, with all of this other ginormous energy that is impacting it, right? So we talked about that at length last week. I won't reiterate that, but we have several giant planets in retrograde motion. Chiron just entered retrograde 3 days ago. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And I feel like we need to seize possession of it, right? And the thing that I was thinking about is that unlike it's been talked about by modern astrologers, the Lion's Gate portal and the 8-8 portal and this and that and this and that, everybody, and it struck me this week too, that everybody that I'd been listening to kept talking about fire. It's the fire. I was like, why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? It's the fire. Because, right? Leo the lion, it's August, it's the summertime. All right, the obvious stuff. But all right, this homegirl, I haven't told her yet I'm not going to go, but this homegirl invited me to a ceremony on Sunday for the 8-8 portal. And it's It's Thomas Scott. And I was like, I was just thinking to myself, I haven't told her yet no, because I'm going to tell her no. But like, why does it not occur to anybody ever? It is, I'm telling you again, the way that we are trained to not be dynamic, I'm telling you that that's, and it's not a criticism. It is an acknowledgement of what I am experiencing. Every single solitary astronomical event occurring at the same time this week is in fire or air. What in the absolute unadulterated hell on earth would make you think that the solution, the ceremonial spiritual solution for this moment that is dominated in every single solitary astrological like the Vedics and Chinese astrology and modern astrology and all of this shit, all of them say the same thing. This period is dominated by air and fire, absolute total combustibility, absolute extreme fire and air, absolute combustibility. What in the, you don't even have to be school child. What in the fuck would inform you that what you need is fire ceremony in the height of potentially destructive combustibility? That your enemy, who represents the physical presentation of peak personification of fire and air, that what you need is fire ceremony in the height of summer. That what you need is fire ceremony. And so I'm gonna have to tell her that, because she sent me the invitation, but my knee-jerk response was like, what would inform anybody, any woman in particular, that more fire is what you need as ceremony for the moment? I don't understand. You can't make me. Not only that, think about the planets that are currently in fire or air signs for the first time in 25,000 years. Tell me that the 5 outer planets, which are very feminine in nature, by the way, just because of like their lack of proximity to the sun. They're going to be colder planets. They're going to be darker planets. They're going to be slower moving planets. You understand? So even if they've been given masculine iconography, but they're extremely feminine planets. Jupiter literally looks like a fat bitch. I'm saying Saturn is the most beautiful. That's what the scientists say. The most beautiful planet in the solar system, diabolicized, because she's got rings on. This bitch got adornments. Saturn. You understand? Uranus is gonna do what bitches do whenever they feel like they need to stand out. They gonna be, what do we say? They gonna be extra. They gonna be different. That's Uranus. You understand? Neptune is literally the ocean. Literally the planetary personification of the depths of our own ocean. Pluto is the personification of everything hidden under the Earth's surface. How much more yin can you be? All of these female planets are in air or fire at the same time for the first time in 25,000 years, while at the same time we are still trolloping through at full throttle on a horse made of fire, bitch. Chinese astrology, the fire horse that makes up the first of the two calamities. We in a fire horse year, right? In a year, the last 2 years, particularly since these movements have been happening, lining themselves up, all of the outer planets are in air or fire from Jupiter on, with a president at the helm of the United States government, which is to date, the only country that has bombed another country with nuclear weapons, fire. You feel me? And this country's physical personification of the volatility of air and fire with no yin anchor. Trump, who is a Gemini sun, a Leo ascendant, and a Sagittarius moon. Born under Uranus and Gemini and a Leo eclipse. And what y'all think is what y'all think is the contending spiritual ceremony to do is to jump both feet first into a sweat lodge. That's what Temescal is. For those who don't know, it's Mexican. It's South America, Mexican, south of the border, sweat lodge. It's the South America, the Mexican version, South Equatorial version of the sweat lodge here in North, according to North American natives. It's a sweat lodge. It's you sitting in a lodge with extreme temperatures of fire and smoke and steam. Fire, smoke. So you get a little bit of water, you get a little bit of just enough to create a dense steam, as it is 100 degrees in Southern California right now. That's what you think. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been on one these last few days, because I'm like, why Temescal is the solution for, why would women in particular, yin dominant beings that we are, why would Temescal be the thing that we think is the method that we need to use in this moment on this day that is personified as what? As I told y'all last week, according to Kemetic tradition, this is considered tomorrow. The 8/8 portal is considered the first day of the Kemetic New Year. Yeah, tomorrow is considered the first day of the new year. Why? Because it is representative of birth and renewal and fertility. Why? Because the great divine serpent, right? Because they deified the Nile. The Nile was a deity because of its ability to sustain life in an otherwise desert world, right? And so that represented by the 5-pointed star, who is the brightest star that we know as Sirius, or the dog star, the brightest star in quote Orion's belt, who we now know is ain't no such a mythological make-believe as no Sirius, because Orion, because Orion is Bot, Orion is Hathor, Orion is Isis and her girdle. Orion's built my ass. It's Isis's girdle. It's Isis's girdle. And that the goddess that specifically represented this personification, which is Sopdet tomorrow, was celebrated. And that's the other thing I was getting to, is that nobody ever asks in no culture except so-called diabolicized secret societies and shit, why nobody has any sexual rights anymore. We don't have any festivals. We don't have carnivals. We don't have celebratory holidays that are defined by the freedom and the adoration of sexuality, of human sexuality. And I was thinking about how in so many of these cultures that we've been talking about, especially those that are presented as Saturnian festivals and carnivals and rites and stuff like that prior to the rise of the Roman Catholic Church. Okay. And because even in Kemet, okay, how people celebrated sex. People celebrated not just sex. People celebrated the divinity of the human body. People celebrated the divinity in particular of females' bodies. So sex was not secret. Do you hear me? Sex was not secret. Baby, I have spent hours and hours and hours on this here, what they used to call it, what is his name? Al Gore's internet. that might be some over some of y'all head, but when we was growing up, they used to say on this here Al Gore's internet, on this here Al Gore's internet. I spent many hours looking through images that are not shown to us regularly. Like if we're looking for, like Grecian or Roman or even Kemetic art, not so much Kemetic, because Kemetic art they still show, titties and stuff like that. But particularly in Greek art, they may show like, sculptures, with, like we talked about earlier, with males who are obvious athletes or whatever in their tiny genitalia, or they may show every now and again a female with like one of her breastises out of her little toga-esque thing or whatever, but never anything displaying active human sexuality. And it's because you have to look for it. Maybe I have saved in this here hard drive, I'm not even exaggerating, thousands of images that for whatever reason are deliberately hidden. Like you have to dig deep and go in, of Grecian mosaics and like paintings and sculptures of fully engaged sexual life. Like sexuality was not this just general sexuality is taboo and it's this thing where it cannot be seen unless it is behind. Like it's really interesting how sex obsessed the United States is, while at the same time being sexually restricted, extraordinarily, extremely puritanically, sexually censored and sensitive. It's this weird paradox. Barbara Ward talks about that in this book too, where she says when you restrict and diabolicize human sexuality, it creates monsters in the machinations of men. She goes off. Mary Daly talks about it, that same thing in Pure Lust. I digress. Some of these images, they were not shameful at all. They were literally depicting the regular daily life of sexually active human beings who were not shamed by the human body. So you're talking about, we talked about what's his name, Priapus, who's always pictured wearing one of those short togas that men in battle would wear, and his erection was so big that it hung out from under his little mini skirt, whatever you want to call it, right? So, but still, he was still pictured going out into the world doing business, or buying and selling and trading with his priapism just out there for the world to see, right? Even I will tell you, I will go back to it because I really think y'all all should see it if you have the opportunity. The mini series that I was telling y'all about called Rome. That's all it's called. I don't remember what I saw it on. Maybe Netflix. I don't remember. But it's a mini series. It's only like 8 episodes or something, called Rome. That was one of the things that really stood out to me, was like societies where the human body is really revered. And in the reverence of the human body, there is an absolute, like, inconsequential, like nobody even thinks about it, this inconsequential removal of guilt and shame. And so it's really interesting because we live in this world where everybody, female in particular, is shamed about their bodies and how they present their bodies, and these paradoxical ways through which women participate in that culture of the shaming of the female body. I'm reminded of this conflict between whatever this young girl rapper's name is and India Ari, and I instantly thought about the outwardly imposed duel, the perpetual fight between the Madonna and the whore, the perceived Madonna and whore, right? The splitting of a female wholeness that has them turn against each other, or even though that imposed splitting of the female wholeness is outwardly imposed, how we buy all the way into it, whether it's pure. As a matter of fact, let me read something to you. This is a perfect segue. This is a perfect segue of this tab that I've had open for 2 weeks, telling myself one of these days I'm gonna read what this tab has to say. It's only less than a paragraph, but it's a perfect segue in this India Ari, whatever the young girl's name is. Hold on. Oh, this is like perfect timing. So where is it? So see, it is this Wikipedia that I have been on Puritans. So let's see. Okay. So it says Puritan should not be confused with other radical Protestant groups of the 16th and 17th centuries, such as the Quakers, the Seekers, and Familists, who believed that individuals could be directly guided by the Holy Spirit. The latter denominations give precedence to direct revelation over the Bible. In current English, Puritan often means against pleasure. In such usage, hedonism and Puritanism are antonyms. William Shakespeare described the vain, pompous, killjoy Mencken and Puritanism as, quote, the haunting fear that someone somewhere may be happy. Oh, shit. What? Puritans embraced sexuality but placed it in the context of marriage. Peter Gay writes that Puritans' citation for dour prudery was a misreading that went unquestioned in the 19th century. He said that they were in favor of married sexuality and opposed the Catholic veneration of virginity associated with the Virgin Mary, citing Edward Taylor and John Cotton. One Puritan settlement in Western Massachusetts banished a husband because he refused to fulfill his sexual duties to his wife. Okay, so I'm going to leave that tab open, and I will tell you why I had that tab open in the first place. My computer's acting up. It's actually quite funny. The reason I had that tab open is because eventually I'll give it away. I'm going to do this month a piece on John Brown. And I'll tell you why I'm going to do a piece on John Brown, because we have to start asking this question of our white friends. Those friends that we have that are white people, we have to start asking them that question. What kind of friend are you? Are you a John Brown kind of friend? Are you a Che Guevara kind of friend to black folks? Are you that kind of white friend? Because in this day and age, those are the only kind of white friends we can afford to have. Now, that's going to be a question for another day. Somebody going to be upset. But the only kind of white friends we can afford to have are those kind of white friends who sees their future aligned with the sovereignty and the liberty of black folks. If you ain't that kind of friend, your ass may have to be put in the suspect column. Because right now, you got all these black children around the country who got white friends that are disappearing them, white friends that are beating them to death, white friends that leave them to be found lynched at a festival. Right now, today, you have all these young people who we've left out here in the open thinking that they can become friends with white people without any kind of resume. Like, if you're a white person that wants to be a friend with me and I'm black, I'm gonna need your resume. What is the history of your relationship with other black people? Can I call your references to say, am I safe in space with these white people? What is your lineage as a white friend to a black person? what's your credentials? Because we done left our people out. We done left our babies out here unarmed. We done left our babies out here unarmed. And so that's why I'm on that. And it ain't this here Black August that we in. I'm not reeling back on that. I'm not reeling back on that, man. I'm not reeling back on that because I've had several experiences over the last 2 years with, quote, white people that I, quote, love and trust. And I'm like, no, this is not the day. Because again, patriarchy and white nationalism is infectious. It's infectious. It is a virus that is infectious. It spreads like any other virus does. Anybody that has just a little kink in their armor, just a little kink in their armor can be infected with that shit. That's where we are right now, because I'm telling you, my life growing up, I did not have the experiences with white people that are presenting themselves as a regular part of the day right now. We have to recognize that the period has changed. And as the period's changed, if white people are not armed or white people are not informed what it means to befriend others, they fall victim to the virus too. And that's what we're seeing, because I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. This thing that I'm seeing, it's not to say that Black people have not always at some juncture run the risk of being harmed by white people, but it has presented itself in different ways. And at the period that I grew up in, something was happening culturally. Something was happening collectively and culturally that was finally attempting to bridge them gaps. That thing that was attempting to bridge them gaps has been demolished. It's been destroyed. And white people are victimized to be susceptible to the virus. And that's all I'm saying about that. We have to be asking different questions. We have to be vetting people, and we have to be teaching our babies how to vet people. They have found another 26-year-old Black girl lynched in a public place in Mississippi 3 days ago. We have to be asking different kind of questions, and ain't nobody asking no John Brown-esque questions. And I want to make sure I tell you this too before I get back on what I was talking about. John Brown was not a purple spotted unicorn, because that's the other thing that the white world will attempt to do to break up unity. You understand? Is to make the lone white boy who did the quote right thing the purple spotted unicorn amongst them. I'm reading about John Brown more than I ever had, and John Brown had a well organized. He wasn't some, like, what's the boy, the Luigi or whatever his name is. He wasn't no lone, I won't go out here and do this thing by myself type of thing. He had a well. So I have read more about John Brown in the last couple of weeks than I ever knew. He was methodical. He had deep lines of support, very, very extensive lines of wealth and support. I was surprised. I was like, this is the kind of history they do not want white people to know. And I'm going to tell you something else, because white people are such a white people in the United States, white people born and raised in the peculiar culture of the United States. They are a complicated crew. You understand? And one of the things that makes them so complicated I see you got us Essence Energy. That ain't nothing new. Not even a little bit surprising. Not even a little bit surprising. But what I was saying is, in reading, kind of more the backstory of John Brown, because the other thing that happens with white people is they will find out about, like, a John Brown. I don't remember the dude's name that Matthew McConaughey played, about the black and white people who got together in Louisiana. And so they make him the lone white boy hero or whatever. Like, that is a tendency among white people who have been plagued so much by the guilt of the wrongdoings of their ancestors. And so they want to become the hero champion that is in the center of the story of liberation for Black folks, that is a tendency that they lean towards. That ain't what we talking about. John Brown, they attempted to do that with him. They attempted to put him forward as the lone, weirdo, isolated white boy who wanted to free the slaves at any cost, feel me? But that's not his story, and that is not what white people should take from his story. So that's all I will say about that, because it is something by itself that I want to do within the context of Black August, because we have to be demanding more of our allies. The bar is in hell for allies. The bar is in hell for allies. The bar is in hell for so-called progressives. The bar is in hell for friends that are the obvious descendants of white people. You feel me? The bar is in hell. And today the bar cannot be in hell, because Black lives are always on the line when we don't set no terms. We don't set no terms for what proximity to us, welcomed proximity to us, requires. We haven't set any bars. Now we have to set some bars. We have to set some terms, because they are telling us in plain sight, you are not safe with us. They're literally telling us, because they think, this is a perfect segue into this next thing I want to talk to you about. They are telling us that we are literally in Discord groups and chat groups teaching each other how to befriend Black people so that they can become the objects of your clan initiation fucking project or whatever. They're saying it in your face. They're saying it in your face. Thank you, Elder California. We don't need no heroes. That was that whole thing last week. We don't need no heroes. We don't need no soldiers. We need something else. We need something deeper. We need something more profound. And it's up to us to teach you, to set the bar, to tell you what it is we need, and how the only way that you can be up in here like that. Because not today. Not today. Not today. And so y'all need to know about the fact that there is a long lineage of white-skinned people here in the United States who are able to take a principled position in their relationship to Black people that, one, did not center them, two, did not require for them to have a Black baby mama, a Black baby daddy, a Black baby boo. None of that. That's the only way you can relate to the struggles of Black folks, is because you like humping on somebody Black, or you, in your humping on somebody Black, you have given birth to or have been the progenitor of some partially Black somebody. The only way you can relate to and empathize with and take a right position on the suffering, the peculiar suffering and struggling of Black-skinned people is in your affinity for humping on somebody Black. Because he didn't have none of that. His wife was white and supported the struggle. His sons were white and supported the struggle. So many of his beneficiaries, so many of the ones supporting his mission, arming him, dumping thousands of dollars into his campaign, were white. And so because y'all, several generations of y'all have come up thinking that all that is required is for you to live in proximity to Black people, enjoy humping on Black people bodies, you understand? Enjoy holding hands with Black people, you feel me? Enjoy Black people artistry, and that is all that is required to demonstrate some kind of affinity to Black folks. Not this day, not where we at right now, not when these low-life creatures is trying to literally catapult us back 200 years into the past. No, not this day. Y'all gonna have to show and prove, just like we required of anybody else. Anybody else trying to come up in our clique, anybody else trying to come up in our community, they got to show and prove. We don't require that of white folks. And today is the day. Today is the day. And so y'all might need inspiration, because the work of John Brown, that's why I read that shit about the Puritans, because I'm reading about John Brown, because I was like, you know what? He ain't no different. He don't get cut no slack. Yes, John Brown was a gangster, but he was a white man, acculturated in very, very, very old white slave owning days of America. So I'm trying to find his conflicts. I was like, he was a gangster. I'll give it to him. But I know by virtue of being white in America at the time, child, there was something I was bound to find that would be problematic about our homie John Brown. It wouldn't take away from his gangster, but I need to know all the things. I need to know his good and his bad. John Brown was a Puritan, which in and of itself is not necessarily bad. Christianity informed them of something different back in the days than Christianity informs y'all now. A lot of revolutionary gangsters use the Bible to justify their gangster. You feel me? A lot of historical revolutionary gangsters used Christianity to justify and legitimize their gangster. So that in and of itself was not a hit against young John Brown. You understand? So hit in my mind, I ain't found nothing yet. Because in my mind, his pros way outweigh his cons. His pros way outweigh his cons. His pros way outweigh his cons. I can't say the same thing about Che Guevara, though there are some attributes of Che Guevara's that I'm like, all right. But some things you can't overlook for somebody's revolutionary gangster. John Brown ain't got that. Che Guevara got that. Che Guevara got that. So I'm one who grew up in the movement adoring Che Guevara, as we all are taught to adore. You understand? Uphold and revere. Che Guevara, who said that solidarity is not a matter of simple well-wishing, but in the sharing of the fate of the oppressed, whether in victory or death. That's some gangster shit. That's gangster shit. That's some gangster shit. And that wasn't just some gangster shit that he said out his mouth. That shit was backed with radical action in Burkina Faso, in Zimbabwe, and several other countries where he was actively teaching people who had never fired a gun in their life how to engage in militarily successful armed struggle. So he get props for that. But that does not undo his very nasty, foul, diabolical, patriarchal, misogynistic ass behavior. One don't outdo the other. So while I will be one to say these are the attributes of his revolutionary life that can be upheld, Che Guevara, he never said out of his mouth that as a revolutionary, having grown up and instilled my ideology in actual armed struggle for liberation, I want to take responsibility for the actions of my past, particularly as they have harmed women in general and indigenous women in particular. I want to take responsibility for that, even though that is no longer the person I am. I need to say out loud that this is the person that I was, and this is how revolutionary commitment has transformed me. And I want to hold myself accountable, and I want to lay my shit bare for the community to hold me accountable for these crimes that I committed against women in general and indigenous dark-skinned women in particular, when I was living like the regular, everyday, aristocratic white boy that I was. He ain't do that. He ain't do that. And as long as he was a revolutionary and as deep and profound in his understanding that was backed by action that he was as a revolutionary, not once did it ever occur to him to, in retrospect, say, these were my flaws as an unconscious human being. These were the crimes that I committed. These were my flaws as a patriarchal, misogynistic hater of women. And I want to take personal responsibility for that so that it does not tarnish my legacy as the radical revolutionary that I am today. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. And not only did he not do that, there's so many revolutionaries that we, particularly as women who get involved in revolutionary work, are told to uphold and to model and fashion ourselves after as revolutionaries, where their diabolical nature and past is hidden from us. So we be speaking these niggas' names, giving them all the props and praise, not knowing that they were fucking fucking pariah. Che Guevara was pariah, bitch. It was pariah. And it is not my place to assume and deduce that because he became a revolutionary, because his politics so radically transformed, that particular aspect of him changed and transformed as well, when that's never anything that he said out of his own mouth. It ain't for me to deduce. It ain't for me. No, it's for him to say, you know what? I'm a revolutionary today. I was not yesterday. I was not when I was a young man. I was not during my motorcycle diary days where I was just a regular, everyday, rich-ass, aristocratic white boy traipsing through the colored countryside, going to and fro, doing whatever I wanted to do because I knew I would never get caught. And besides, it was just some indigenous women. It was just indigenous women. Nothing. And all of his revolutionary dealings and doings around the world informed him that he needed to retroactively take account for his reactionary behavior before he, quote, became a revolutionary. It's that noble narcissistic shit. That as long as you do all the good deeds, you are automatically absolved from the fucked up shit you did. This is not the day. This ain't the day for that. This ain't the day for that. This ain't the day for that. So John Brown, so far, being a Puritan at that point might have been his saving grace. It might have kept him from doing the same kind of bullshit and ass bullshit most men who self-proclaim to be heroes or some shit fall victim to. It might just be that the Puritanism is the thing that kept him from, quote, going astray in that particular way. Because right now I can't find no flaws in young John Brown, in the rearing of his children. He and his children willing to give their lives for this idea that they believed. What's the idea? What's the idea? What did John Brown say his motivation was? He said out his own mouth that my Christianity informs me that there is no place on earth for slavery. That's what he said, that there is no place on earth for slavery, and that because of the nature of slavery, the only solution to slavery is violence. That's what he said. That's the Puritan Christian John Brown. He said the only solution for the system of slavery. There is no reasoning. That's what he said. There ain't no reasoning our way out of this shit. The only solution for the ending of the system of slavery is violence. That's it. That's all. That's all. And he said, I'm going to put my mouth on that. I'm going to put my money on that. Hell, I'm going to put my 2 sons on that. I'm going to put my 2 sons on that. Show lamb. That's what he said. You understand? And so I'm just telling you, all this, somebody going to be upset. But all this hippie shit, fronting as progressiveness, I ain't got no patience for that shit. I ain't got no patience for that shit. Because y'all motherfuckers' progressiveness will literally walk us off the cliff of existence. Just pretty words wrapped up in bows of blood. Y'all progressiveness will walk us into a nuclear bonfire. That's what it would do. It would reason us into oblivion. That's what it would do. I ain't here for it. I'm not here for it. I'm not here for it. I had a shocking. It's been sitting with me for 5 days. I told my baby about it. I was distraught. I was distraught. And I'm gonna admit something. It's been an error of mine. I still stand by the position that so much of this shit is like trauma porn. That the reason they convince you that you need to watch these videos over and over and over and over and over again of people suffering is because somebody in the society is getting off on it. Somebody in the society is like being fed, being fueled by the cries and the woes and the lament of the suffering. But every now and again, not 24 hours a day, every now and again, you need to be reminded of what is at stake. And that happened to me this week because I've been very conscious and deliberate. And I'm saying that is an error. I've been very deliberate about avoiding my eyes being subjected to the suffering of people. I know what's wrong with the earth. I've seen enough suffering to know I don't need to be reminded on a 24-hour loop. I do not need to see the grotesque machinations of the diabolatry in the mind of broken men. I don't need to be reminded every day, but every now and again, I need to be snatched back into the rough reality of what is at stake. I saw this video the other day, 5 days ago, because it sat with me every day. I woke up this morning crying over this video. This video was outside of a hospital in Palestine. And all of these people were bringing their loved ones in. There was some kind of attack, some kind of bombing or something. And so all of these people are scurrying to like one of the remaining standing hospitals. And these 3 children are sitting outside a hospital. Their parents, both their parents, are in the hospital being cared for. The babies are bandaged up. The oldest of the children was 10. The oldest of the babies was 10, a 10-year-old boy. The youngest was a little girl. She couldn't have been 3. She had to be about 3. And so there was a 10-year-old, the little baby girl. She was maybe about 3 years old, and a baby in between in age, the 2 of them. And the 10-year-old boy is holding his brother that's in the age between the 2 of them. And the little girl is lying on the ground next. Her brother is sitting on a bucket, and he's holding his middle brother. She's on the ground laying beside him, legs bandaged up, arms bandaged up. All of them have bandages, and he's trying to comfort both his little sister and his little brother when a doctor, and somebody's recording them, family, I don't know, whoever, but somebody's recording them as this doctor comes out and asks the oldest baby, who's 10, y'all, he's 10, asked the oldest baby, do you have any other family out here with you? He said, no, it's just us. It's just us. And he said, you have to find somebody else to help you. Yeah, you have to find some family. This is the doctor talking to a 10-year-old, y'all. You got to find somebody that can help you, somebody that you can go with. And the little boy says, we don't have anybody else. Why? Where's our mom? Where's our dad? Because they were supposed to be in the hospital. And the doctor informs this 10-year-old baby with his little brother and his little sister, who can't be 3, that their parents have just died. Both of their parents have just died in this hospital. And the little baby girl, who is laying on the ground next to her brothers, starts repeating over and over and over and over again, oh my God, mama, mama, loud, mama, 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 over and over and over again. The boy who's 10 is trying to keep from breaking down, because he's trying to comfort his little brother, who now is screaming because this doctor then came out and told them that both their parents are dead. So he's wiping off his tears. So he's trying not to come unglued as he tries to comfort his little brother and his little sister, as they've been told by this doctor that their parents have been killed. And I was already 2 through. And then the man behind the camera says, baby, what's your name so we can find somebody to help you? And he says, Zane. My name is Zane. That's my grandson's name. That's my baby's name. He says, my name is Zane. My name is Zane. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? These 3 babies and this little girl, he's telling her, baby, calm down, sister, calm down, calm down, calm down. And she's just over and over, mama, mama. This shit, listen, when I tell you, and this might be the last live I ever do, but when I tell you we don't have a choice, when I tell you we do not have a choice, when I tell you we do not have a choice, when I tell you we don't have a choice, the only people that can have an impact on what is happening to the rest of the world, that we are attempting under the auspice of protecting ourselves from witnessing the grotesque escalation of what is happening to the rest of the world. We are the only ones right here in this monstrous bitch. We are the only ones that can make an impact. I'm telling you. And we've always known it. We've always known it. We've always known it. We are the only ones that can make an impact. We are the only ones that can end this shit. I'm telling you. We're the only ones that can we're the only ones that can light the spark that ends this shit. I'm not saying we are the saviors of the world, but I'm saying that we know the monstrous nature of this wicked, diabolical bitch better than anybody on earth. Better than anyone on earth. We know We know what this motherfucker is capable of more than anybody else on earth. More than anybody else on earth. That shit has stayed with me. That little boy said, my name is Zane. I said, how dare I? How dare I, under the auspice of protecting my sanity, go so long without checking in to constantly remind me what is at stake, and we are but a half a second away from being involved, being the victims of, if we allow them, being the victims of what we distance, what we make so intangible, so far away. We ain't but a half a hair of these motherfuckers attempting to dog walk us back into the same existence, into normalizing the same suffering. They're telling us in our face right now in this country that is the intention, is to dog walk us back into oblivion. We can't have it. 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 And so now I am perpetually outraged by the comfort with which we exist in this country while the whole world is screaming, mama, mama, mama. This baby ain't no older than my own grandchildren. How dare I expect that this can never be something that can happen to mine? That's over there somewhere. It won't be me. It will not be me. It will not be me. And so I've been, over the last 5 days, that video like really stirred something in me. And so over these last 5 days since I saw that video, I've been really reconsidering even my current position. I've been really, I'm not saying I'm not entitled to my feelings about what happened to me in the security of my home and this and that. What am I going to do next and this and that? But I've been really, really looking at the last month of my life through some different goggles, bitch, through some different lenses. And I know, I get it. I understand. I'm not telling anybody else. I'm not asking anybody else, but I'm telling you, it only takes one thing. It only takes a very strategically specific moment. And that fucking shit did me. For this 10-year-old baby to be attempting to comfort his baby brother and baby sister as they learn that both their parents are dead while they are equally injured. The little girl baby's so injured she cannot sit up. She's got bandages everywhere. To think about when this baby said, my name is Zane, and a fucking rage swelled up in me because all I could see was my grandson's face. And if anybody ever got an idea to harm mine, how every ounce of rage stored in my cells from every ancestor would spill out on this bitch like the plague, then I have to have the same feeling for some child screaming mother whose face I've never seen and whose name I do not know. That shit fucked me up the other day. It did. It's been on me every day. And I'm going to tell you something else, because I'm still not wavering from what I said. Sex, joy, ecstasy, displays of ecstasy. That's how we dismantle this bitch. What was it that I just read about the Puritans? And they say there is nothing that harasses the spirits of these monstrous lunatics more than the idea someone somewhere in the world is experiencing happiness, is experiencing pleasure, is experiencing joy. Oh, there ain't nothing that harasses their spirit more. And so I've been looking at all these black female revolutionary gangsters of the past, and they so perfectly personified the space of unity between righteous expressed rage and celebratory joy and pleasure. It wasn't an either or. I was like, they did that shit magically. They did that shit. That's what we got to be mastering. That's what we got to be mastering. Rage with flair. You understand? You know, I saw something else. What was it? Oh, what was it? Oh, it was just recent. What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? Oh, what was it? Ooh. I remember what it was. Oh my God. Yes, let me write it down so I don't forget it again. Hold on. It's the things that we miss in these movies. It's the things that we miss. I was rewatching, for a totally unrelated reason, I was rewatching the Rebel Moon series. And I remember the very first, scrimmage. The very first scrimmage is the girl who is like the main protagonist in the Rebel Moon series. She is living with all these peaceful farmers and everything, right? She living among these people. Don't nobody know who she is. They know she different, but they ain't gonna ask no questions. And as long as they don't ask, she ain't gonna tell. And so she been living peacefully with these people, right? And all of a sudden, the people that she used to be with, the people that she used to, the world enders that she used to be with, then came to set their sights on her village. And she like, y'all gotta run. And they was like, how you know? Maybe we can reason with them. Maybe we can let them know how valuable we can be because we got all this grain and all this food and this and that and this and that. She's like, that ain't what they here for, boo. They is not here to reason with you. They will say one thing and their intentions is something totally else. And it's like, how you know? You don't know, whatever. So the men folk go and think they're gonna reason. Long story short, they post up after killing the leadership, post up and say, y'all got 30 days to do this and this and this and this. And they're like, that's impossible, whatever. We gonna starve. They was like, we don't care. We need ours, right? And so they leave some soldiers behind while they go off to the mother world and gonna come back in 30 days or a season or whatever. And so these men who have been left behind post up and do the diabolical shit that men do when they think they can get away with everything. It's like they default under patriarchy is to do dirt, is to do harm, is to reason and sit around and daydream about what they can get away with. And so the first scrimmage was the little girl in the village, right? She's young. I don't know if she don't look of age, but she a little girl. She is like bringing water to the soldiers. And they start talking about, oh, it's just gruesome. Even the way they were talking about this girl before they even plotted on doing anything to her, the way they were talking about her was not gross. It was gruesome. It was gruesome. You understand? And so one night they catch the little girl out in the community by herself and drag her into a barn. And it's a whole gang of them. It's like 7 or 8 of these freaking men with this one little girl. And so they are tormenting her and threatening her and telling her what they gonna do and who get to go first and all this shit, right? And so she starts screaming, somebody help me. And all the villagers are too scared, man. Oh my God. All these villagers hear this girl screaming and no one comes to help. All these brolic, and I say brolic, all these big ass field niggas, all these brolic ass men who is literally harvesting and doing all this. Everybody brolic in the village, but still terrified. And this girl who is a part of their community, they've known since she was a baby, she's screaming to the top of her lungs, fighting with what little strength she has against 6, 7 big ass men who in their disgusting cowardly nature always have to, clamp down on somebody in groups because they ain't shit. She's screaming to the top of her lungs, and don't none of these brolic niggas bring out no pitchfork, none of they little gardening tools, nothing. Screaming. Finally, the girl who is the protagonist of the whole thing, because she know what's coming. So you can see her split personalities. Should I go and help the girl? Should I just go ahead and leave like I was going to leave? And she was like, no, I can't listen to this girl screaming like that and not do nothing. So she goes into the room with all these men that's threatening to terrorize this little girl. And she commences to doing what must be done. She's like, I might go, but several somebodies is coming to fuck with me. And there ain't no just wound the bitch and let them live. Yeah, I already know. Listen to what I'm telling you. I already know what your intentions were. I already know what you intended to do. I already know what you intended to do. And just off knowing what your intentions were, you do not deserve to live. Just knowing your intentions, you do not deserve to live. She wasn't injuring kneecaps. And she went up in there and commenced to doing what her patriarchal training trained her to do. See, she is one who must be studied. If you're going to study, you need to go on back. You need to go on back to Rebel Moon. Because even though as a captive that watched her entire race be annihilated, the conditioning disseminated to her very young self, because she was a little girl when her community was erased off the map of existence, and in her training and tied to her fear, it was her fear that informed her that the only option that she had was to comply. And in a perpetual training and programming of fear-induced compliance, she became one of the most profound weapons they had, that she began over time. Because our enemy understands hormones, our enemy understands biochemistry. Our programming is not something that is isolated to our skull and images in our brain. Every image in our brain, every sound in our ear, everything that we taste, every touch that we feel is partnered with chemistry, is partnered with electrical currents that consecrate that shit into our very blood and cells, tissues and bones. Our trauma becomes a part of us physically. It's not in your head, it's in your blood. It's etched in your cells. It mutates your DNA so that you become a weapon. You become a weapon against your own integrity. You become a weapon against that thing still deep in you that says you gotta fight back, bitch. Now, that deep knowing is now constantly being challenged by this thing that has been poured into your cells and into your blood, through your eyes, through your nose, through your mouth, through your tears, through your skin, through your ears. Everything. And everything this girl knew, being an efficient weapon, that through her traumatic imposition of ideology had become a compliant devotee of her oppressor. Had become a compliant devotee, carrying the flag of victory, going on in her role to annihilate other nations the way her nation had been annihilated, gaining favor with the lead dude, him giving her the opportunity to take a lover to deepen her commitment, to deepen her compliance through love, through the love of warriors, through the love of conquistadors. She had become a proficient weapon of her colonizer, of her people's destroyer and annihilator. She had become a compliant devotee to the machinations of her own destroyer. And something very specific had to happen for her to turn code. Something very specific had to happen for her to turn code. You understand? And so when she is hiding and living amongst these peaceful agriculturalists, there's a message in here, y'all. These peaceful agriculturalists and her fellow brethren come to the planet and come to the agricultural, she said, I already know how this is going to end. All this reasoning, y'all done heard the stories. What make y'all different than any of the other stories you done heard happening on any of the verses? On any of the verses, you hear that these are world enders. You hear this and that and this and that. You hear they show no mercy. You hear that they do all kinds of terrible things to those who they are, quote, who they have conquered before annihilating their planets. You've heard these. What makes you think that you and yours is somehow going to have the peculiar ingredients necessary to reason with the unreasonable? She said, if y'all had any kind of smarts, you would pack what you can and carry and get the hell up out of here. No good can come from what's coming. No good can come from their presence. And so men, knowing better than women, the two main men was like, one man was like, we ain't got shit, you feel me? He gonna try to play smarter than this world annihilator. Gonna play in this dude's face. The other dude was like, no, we can reason with him. We can say, okay, we can give you this percentage of our little extras or whatever, this and that and this and that. And so he thinking he's reasoning with another man. It's like, nah, I'm the one that keeps the count. So our ruler, he may not know what we actually have. I'm the one to do all the count. I'm the one that know. I'm saying, yeah, we got enough to spare, you and your one. And because he feels like the leader lied, he gonna take his little thigh bone shaped, whatever the hell, and beat the man's brains out clearly. Brains lay in front of all of his people. Why did he do that? Because they create the spectacle necessary to garner the desired response. Y'all niggas ain't gonna comply unless I terrorize you into submission. I need the strongest among you, your leader, who has been your leader for all these years. I need to show you through beating his brains all over the damn floor so that y'all know I mean business. And at the same time, I need to expose the dude who think he gonna reason with the unreasonable by saying, our man, it's his responsibility to keep us, make sure we got everything he needs, but he ain't the one to keep the numbers. He gonna be sly. And so now y'all know that y'all have a traitor in your midst. At the same time that now you ain't got no leader, because I done literally opened up his skull on the floor among you. And she said from the beginning, she said, as soon as she saw the aircraft landing, listen, I'm going to do it. Y'all are going to do what you're going to do. But if you want to take my advice, because I know what I'm talking about, pack what you can carry and leave now. No conversation. Act like the place was abandoned. Let them have what they want to have. Leave now. Now the man folk gonna reason with the unreasonable, though they have heard the stories that what it means when this ship comes from the quote mother world, the male mother, the mother world. This girl, when she intervenes, when this little girl is about to be brutalized by a whole slew of men. Y'all think this shit is make-believe as I'm sitting here this same week watching these babies and these lunatics act like there is no heart in them. Like they're literally walking around with no hearts in their chests. While babies are screaming 24 hours a day on this earth. And we gonna act like when we see in Rebel Moon is not informing us of something. You understand? And when she went up in there, she said, can't nobody, she made a split decision. I know who they are because I trained with them. Can't none of them walk the fuck up out of here on this night. Even if that means I can't walk out with them, can't nobody up in here walk the fuck up out of here on this night. I'm telling you, there are things that we need to be learning, people. I'm not saying women, I'm saying people. Because those of you who are men, especially those of you who have served any time in the military, this is your time to make amends with the mother. That your military training, you didn't dump off at the borders when you entered back into the United States, especially those of you who have been in active combat. I know what you have done. I know what you have been shamed into doing. I know what you have been culturally guilted into doing. I know what you have been pressured into doing if you have gone into active combat. I already know. I know that's the reason that so many of you suffer. I come from a military family. I know that's the reason that so many of you are depressed. That no matter what you do, you cannot eke out happiness in your life. I know what you have done. It is not to guilt or to shame you. It is to say there is a way to rectify your shit, bitch. There's a way to rectify yourself. There's a way to redeem yourself. There's a way to redeem yourself. I'm telling you, man, this is the period. We got to be setting bars. We got to be stating those bars. We have to be commanding of those who have debts to pay. There's a way to pay your debts. And all of those debts don't have to be paid with your blood, bitch. Some of y'all can pay them debts without us cleaving your heads off. Some of you can pay them. Some of you can be redeemed. Some of you can be redeemed. They say what? 68% of the homeless are ex-military that have been cast out by the same organization that you done gone across the world to shed blood for. You can be redeemed, bitch. There's redemption for you. The mother has a mission for you. Yes, she does. Because I'm telling y'all, some of y'all think this kumbaya shit is the way forward, and it's not. It's not. It's just not. It's not. Let me play something for you that I found just today, and I left it open this whole time. This thing, the last thing I'm gonna play for y'all, because I ain't, of course, didn't mean to be up on here this long. And we had 12 out of 20 on the gold thing. So let's see if we can do. Let's see what we can do up in here. Can I set another goal, or is that it? They only let you set so many. Yeah, it looks like that's it. Oh no, it ain't. Hold on. So this one, so look, we said 12 out of 20, so we needed 8. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna set this for 1 hour. 1 hour. 8. Let's see. Well, it don't give me the option for 8. No, you can't change it. Yeah. So 10 super chats. Same thing. This is to meet the requirement for the, it says Saturday, but I'm going to put Sunday on here because that's what I meant. Sunday at noon Pacific Standard Time. Live Q&A session only. The only things will be y'all got to get used to it, my long answers to your short questions. But other than that, that's all I did was answer questions the last time we did it. So that's what it's going to be. 10 super chats at $5 or more in an hour, starting now. Boom, it's live. Okay, now what I want to play for you, because I can't, I'm not even going to try. I can't play it on here, but you'll probably hear it better because my thing is all spotty anyway. But this comes from my IG. I'm going to play it through my speaker. This is a young Indian man named Pranav Prakash. Pranav, P-R-A-N-A-V. P-R-A-K-A-S-H. Pranav Prakash _3. Pranav Prakash _3. I said this was a divine intervention because this this IG literally came through as I was pushing live on this here live. I said, come up on in the room for this live right here because it was awesome. Okay, so we're gonna listen to Brother Pranav and what he got to say. Okay, on this here eve of the 8/8 portal. I might show you the video. Not that it actually might make a difference. I know this is very rudimentary. I will eventually get technologically advanced, but in the meantime, I'm gonna do it how I do. Okay. Oh, let me read you what it says first, because what he's
climbing higher doesn't eliminate your darkness. It gives your darkness see better.
No,
but it is the same with man as with.
Pranav, hold on, man. I need to just read what you wrote first. So I'm gonna read what he wrote first, then I'll play the video. The people who destroy themselves rarely realize they are doing it. That's what makes tragedy so terrifying. Ravana didn't wake up one morning and decide to become the villain of the Ramayana. No one does. Every decision he made felt justified from where he stood. Every warning sounded like an insult. Every person asking him to stop looked like someone standing in his way. That's the uncomfortable part of the story. We read the Ramayana as spectators, convinced we have sided with Rama, but that's easy when you already know how the story ends. Real life never feels like that. When we're attached to an idea, a relationship, an ambition, or even an image of ourselves, criticism rarely feels like guidance. It feels like disrespect. We defend ourselves before we understand ourselves. Perhaps that's why the epics continue to matter. They aren't preserved because they tell us who the heroes and villains were. They're preserved because they keep asking a far more uncomfortable question: which character are you becoming without realizing it? Nietzsche once observed that the higher a tree grows towards the light, the deeper its roots reach into the darkness. Growth doesn't erase your shadow. It often gives it more opportunities to hide. Knowledge doesn't automatically make us wiser. Devotion doesn't automatically make us humble. Success doesn't automatically make us mature. Sometimes they simply make our blind spots harder to notice. The most dangerous is becoming so certain that you've stopped questioning yourself. So before asking whether you're becoming more knowledgeable, more spiritual, or more successful, ask yourself something much more difficult. Who in your life can still tell you that you're wrong and you genuinely stop to listen? Woo, right? Is this the one or did I change it? I didn't change it, did I? Okay, I think this is the right one. All right, cool.
The tree, the more he seeks to rise into the height and light, the more vigorously do his roots struggle downward into the dark. Nietzsche wrote that, and I don't think there is a better example than Ravana. Forget the image that you've grown up with. Before Ravana became the villain of the Ramayana, he was one of its greatest minds, a king whose empire rivaled the heavens, a master of the Vedas, a brilliant musician, a strategist, a physician, a man whose devotion to Shiva became so legendary that tradition still sings the Shiv Tandav Stotram centuries later. He performed austerity so severe that even the gods trembled, which raises a very frightening question. How can someone spend a lifetime seeking the divine and still lose himself? I don't think Ravan's tragedy was arrogance. Arrogance was only the symptom. His tragedy was something much more ordinary. He slowly lost the ability to doubt himself. Think about it. His brother warned him. His wife warned him. His son warned him. Even the omens warned him. But every voice that challenged his ego sounded like betrayal. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once wrote, "The line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being." We like to imagine that line separates heroes from villains. The Ramayana says something more uncomfortable. Sometimes it separates the person you are from the person you believe yourself to be. And that is why Ravan remains relevant, because every one of us has moments where criticism feels like an attack, where the people trying to save us begin to look like our enemies. Nietzsche understood that climbing higher doesn't eliminate your darkness. It gives your darkness a better vocabulary. The Mahabharata has a haunting verse that captures this blindness. When Duryodhan says, "I know what dharma is, yet I cannot bring myself to follow it. I know what adharma is, yet I cannot bring myself to abandon it." Knowledge was never the problem, neither for Duryodhan nor for Ravan. The problem was identification. They no longer questioned the voice inside their own heads. And maybe the real lesson of Ravan isn't that power corrupts, it's that the most dangerous prison is the moment you become incapable of imagining that you could be wrong. So before asking whether you're becoming wiser, ask yourself something far more difficult. Who in your life can still tell you that you're wrong and you'll actually listen? But it is the same with man as with the tree. The more he seeks.
Let me that was not the one. That was not the one. I had it open, but I didn't realize I scrolled down or something. Oh, because that was not the one. There was one in particular. Damn. Shit. How'd I do that?
This man
But it is the same with man as
here it is. 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 My
a
bad.
truly
My
good
bad.
person must master
This
the
is the
mechanics
one.
of manipulation,
That one was good, but this
deception,
is the
and
one.
ruthlessness. If you do not understand how the shadows operate, your purity.
Okay, let me stop. Hold on. Because this is the one.
A truly good person must
Let me read what he wrote. Okay. You confuse weakness with goodness. And because of, it's the title is A Smart Rabbit is Still Hunted. Your goodness is useless. That's the title, y'all. Yo. The title is A Smart Rabbit is Still Hunted. Your goodness is useless. This is a word for today. You confuse weakness with goodness. And because of that, many good people become easy targets while convincing themselves that their inability to confront anything is somehow moral. Oh, shit. But Sanatana Dharma never viewed human nature that simplistically. Look carefully at the iconography of the Hindu deities. They never carry only a lotus or a scripture. And on another hand, there is always a weapon. Oh! The tradition never separated Shastra from Shastra, wisdom from force, knowledge from the capacity to defend what is sacred. Woo! Listen. Knowledge from capacity to defend what is sacred. Because innocence without power is weakness. Listen. And this creates the frustrating reality most people secretly feel but rarely admit. Terrible people often move through the world freely, while conscientious people carry a double burden. You have to build character and competence, conscience and strength, compassion and strategy. Listen. This is why intelligence alone is not enough. You cannot solve a courage problem with more analysis. Oh! You cannot solve a courage problem with more analysis. The jungle has its own laws. Evil does not disappear because you correctly identified it he says the jungle still has its own laws. Evil does not disappear because you correctly identified it intellectually. To confront darkness, you must understand how darkness operates without becoming consumed by it yourself. This is why Abhayam, fearlessness, which appears first in the Bhagavad Gita's divine qualities. Every other virtue collapses without it. Shiva embodies this paradox perfectly. This is a paradox, y'all. Oh. Shiva embodies this paradox perfectly. He is compassionate, meditative, easily pleased, and yet capable of absolute destruction when necessary. The tradition glorified restraint backed by power. Restraint backed by power, because restraint only has meaning when force exists first. It is not virtuous for refusing violence. It has no choice. A lion who controls its fangs is something else entirely. Stop mistaking passivity for spirituality. Oh my God. Stop mistaking passivity for spirituality. Real Dharma demands courage strong enough to protect what matters. Woo! Now let me play the video.
Master the mechanics of manipulation, deception, and ruthlessness.
Oh, let me start back from the beginning.
A truly good person must master the mechanics of manipulation, deception, and ruthlessness. If you do not understand how the shadows operate, your purity is just weakness. The tragedy of modern culture is that good people have become intelligent cowards, highly analytical rabbits who can map out the jungle perfectly but freeze when it attacks. You cannot solve a courage problem with more intelligence. Knowing you're being hunted doesn't stop the wolf. The jungle has its own laws, and you can never expect mercy from evil. To put them in their place, you have to speak their language. And this poses a brutal question. Why do terrible people just get to be terrible, while good people have to put in double the effort? Why carry the weight of a conscience and the relentless burden of strategic warfare? Because dropping your goodness means winning the wrong game. You trade inner depth for an empty, hollow shell. But maintaining goodness while remaining a helpless target isn't evolution either. It is conflict avoidance that is wearing a holy mask. It is weakness with better branding. Look at the iconography of Hindu deities. They are never depicted as completely defenseless. In one hand, they hold a lotus or a sacred text known as Shastra, the ultimate symbol of knowledge and purity. But in their other hands, they always grip lethal weapons, Shastra, the tool of absolute force. The tradition never separated spiritual depth from tactical defense. Innocence without power becomes a liability. You must be both intelligent and courageous, like a lion. True virtue requires abhayam, fearlessness, listed first in Bhagavad Gita chapter 16 because every other virtue is an illusion without it. Chanakya wrote that straight trees are cut first. He wasn't advising dishonesty. He was demanding tactical consciousness. To put evil in its place, you must possess the exact capacity to enforce order. Look at Shiva. He is called Ashutosh, easily pleased, yet when crossed, he opens his third eye and reduces opposition to ash. Compassion and total destruction are the same being facing different directions depending on what the situation requires. If you have no fangs, you aren't peaceful, you're just harmless. True kindness requires having the weapons and choosing restraint. And this is the essence of Nishkam Karma. Force used not for ego, but to protect what is sacred. Strategic ruthlessness in service of dharma builds what lasts. Stop being the rabbit who mistakes the fear of the jungle for spiritual purity. Master the dark mechanics. Develop the fangs. Keep the conscience. The good lion does not survive the jungle despite its goodness. It survives because its goodness is backed by the heaviest force in the room. A truly good person must master the mechanics of manipulation, deception, and ruthlessness. If you do not understand how the shadows operate, your purity is just weakness. The tragedy of modern culture is that good people have become intelligent cowards, highly analytical rabbits who can map out the jungle perfectly but freeze when it attacks. You cannot solve a courage problem with more intelligence. Knowing you're being hunted doesn't stop the wolf. The jungle has its own laws, and you can never expect mercy from evil. To put them in their place, you have to speak their language. And this poses a brutal question. Why do terrible people just get to be terrible, while good people have to put in double the effort? Why carry the weight of a conscience and the relentless burden of strategic warfare? Because dropping your goodness means winning the wrong game. You trade inner depth for an empty, hollow shell. But maintaining goodness while remaining a helpless target isn't evolution either. It is conflict avoidance that is wearing a holy mask. It is weakness with better branding. Look at the iconography of Hindu deities. They are never depicted as completely defenseless. In one hand, they hold a lotus or a sacred text known as Shastra, the ultimate symbol of knowledge and purity. But in their other hands, they always grip lethal weapons, Shastra, the tool of absolute force. The tradition never separated spiritual depth from tactical defense. Innocence without power becomes a liability. You must be both intelligent and courageous, like a lion. True virtue requires abhayam, fearlessness, listed first in Bhagavad Gita chapter 16 because every other virtue is an illusion without it. Chanakya wrote that straight trees are cut first. He wasn't advising dishonesty. He was demanding tactical consciousness. To put evil in its place, you must possess the exact capacity to enforce order. Look at Shiva. He is called Ashutosh, easily pleased, Yet when crossed, he opens his third eye and reduces opposition to ash.
Yes.
Compassion and total destruction are the same being facing different directions depending on what the situation requires.
Yes.
If you have no fangs, you aren't peaceful, you're just harmless. True kindness requires having the weapons and choosing restraint. And this is the essence of Nishkam Karma. Force used not for ego, but to protect what is sacred. Strategic ruthlessness in service of Dharma builds what lasts. Stop being the rabbit who mistakes the fear of the jungle for spiritual purity. Master the dark mechanics. Develop the fangs. Keep the
Child, when he said strategic ruthlessness, oh Lord, my whole spirit lit up. He said strategic ruthlessness. Yo. Okay. Ooh. That came through right before I got up on here with y'all. It hit my spirit. It hit my spirit. And that's what I'm always telling y'all. Yeah, that's what I'm always telling y'all. It's like, you know, quote, what are these revelations informing you to do? Because everybody talking about we must know the truth. We must know the truth. We have a right to know the truth. We have a right to know the truth. But then what? Once you know the truth, then what? Does the revelation of that which has been hidden inform you of what must be done next? Or are you just constantly out there looking to uncover what's been hidden with no action, no actionable response? No actionable response. You just perpetually looking to uncover that which has been hidden with no actionable response. So it can be the revelation that's diabolical, and then and no response, and that informs your opposition of something. Shit, they let us get away with that. What else can we reveal to distract them that we know they ain't gonna demand no response? And so you people sat out there and polluted your brains with line by line, page by page revelation of the Epstein files, and it did not churn your spirit to do shit. Not a thing, but to continue to reveal to what end, for what purpose? Because that's why, from day one I said, don't read that shit. Do you need to know the diabolical machinations of your opposition? You know who these motherfuckers are. We existed. Our ancestors, we're still living in our blood, lived through 400 years of everything that they did in the Epstein files times 100, times 1,000. Did you need to read that shit word for word, line by line, play by play? White people probably needed to read it word for word, line for line, play by play, because they cannot empathize with anybody else's suffering until they read that it happened to somebody that looked just like them. That it happened to somebody that looked just like their children. Otherwise, they can't empathize. We can't tell them all this time that this shit in the Epstein files is literally nothing new. Literally nothing invented by Epstein, nothing new. That for 400 plus years, hell, longer than that if you want to be honest, but for 400 years, this was the daily lived experience of millions of black-skinned people, millions of brown-skinned people, millions of red-skinned people for 400 plus years. This ain't nothing new. We empathize. I have a big ass place in my heart, particularly where the suffering of children is concerned. I don't care who them children are or what race they are. I do not care. That's it. It can't happen. It can't happen around me. It can't happen near me. Because I'm already plotting and scheming on who. Anyway, so I empathize deeper than you know, more than you know. But the problem is, especially with a particular group, the problem is that you've never been able to empathize, never been moved by the screams and the wails and the suffering of those around you if they don't look like you. If they don't look like you. We didn't need to read that shit. We didn't need to pollute our skulls. We did not need to act amazed and shocked, dismayed, bewildered, surprised at all by what came out of those documents, because the only reason they released those documents was to double down on the trauma campaign, to literally traumatize you into inactivity, to literally traumatize you into not causing a scene on every square inch of what we know is the United States of America. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. They said, they hollering about these Epstein files. Let us go ahead and show them everything, because we didn't made sure that we put all the dominoes in place to ensure that even if we showed them everything unredacted, these motherfuckers ain't gonna do shit. Watch what I tell you. That's what Trump told us, cabinet. Watch what I tell you. Go ahead and unleash the whole 3 million. What was it? 3 million documents that they let y'all have. I ain't heard about nobody getting a brick upside their head. The majority of them live right down the street from where I'm at. Right down the street from where I'm at. Right there in Hollywood. I ain't heard about none of these, what you call them, these award shows that y'all tune into. How are y'all still tuning into award shows after all the Epstein files was revealed? How y'all doing that? How y'all still doing whole videos on who wore what on what red carpet after these Epstein files was revealed? How people are still getting big? How? Because I remember a period. I remember in the 1990s, like you had to be hyper vigilant in your awareness going to an award show, because award shows were notoriously the place where anybody who had a beef about anything happening messed up in the world, somebody at an award show was bound to get a can of red paint tossed on their ass, on their pretty new dress. You feel me? They was bound to get pelted in the head with tomatoes. I'm telling you, I remember watching this stuff live, where if you was known to be some diabolical perpetrator of something and your ass had the nerve to show up on some red carpet somewhere, it was not outside the realm of possibilities for you to be humiliated on the red carpet. So I don't know if anybody else remember that stuff. Thank you. Daniela Elevates 1111. She say they definitely were not moved by any of the horrors that are currently happening in Sudan or Congo. Lots of discussion, no action. And I'm gonna tell you why. Just like the young brother here was saying, and just like raise his name up, John Brown was saying, there ain't but one solution. There ain't but one. These motherfuckers done showed their hand over and over and over and over. They done show what they are capable of over and over. They have shown perpetually that the diabolical nature of their deviant ideations can only get deeper. The more you do not challenge, the deeper the deeper their madness gets. It's like, damn, what else can we get away with? What else can we get away with? You feel me? People talking about, even this girl who was talking about the wicker thing. And there was only so deep that she could get because she white. She's talking about these white feminists and some of the ways that white feminists missed the boat about this and that and this and that. And the thing is that because one of the things that she said about the Wicker Man, because she's asking the question, is the Wicker Man black? And she says, the Wicker Man, these were her words, the girl doing the video. The Wicker Man was born sexy and ready to marry. I said, oh my God. Did she even hear what she just said? Because the whole time she's talking about the Wicker Man being synonymous with, quote, a monster. And she talks about all the mythological and literary history of Black men being objectified in a way that allows white women to dive into their most secret fantasies without the moral implications of fornication or adultery with a man. Because see, the objectification of black men, of black male bodies, as she puts it, is necessary for both the female and the male, the white woman and the white man, to not feel morally fucked up. They have not colored outside of the moral lines of their ideological beliefs, of their philosophical beliefs, of their religious beliefs, because in both the mind of white men and white women, black men are less than human. And the only way that you can fornicate is with a man. The only way that you can commit adultery is with a man, you see. So the white girl talking about this stuff, she gets all the way there and then fails to make the leap to say that in actuality, what is actually being communicated is that the monster in the story is not the quote wicker man who becomes synonymous with black men in these relationships with white women. No, that the white women are actually the monsters in this scenario. She can't make that leap. White feminists have never been able to make that leap. White feminists have never been able to make that leap because they put, quote, all men in the same category, even though their white selves, white feminists, and white men, right? Even in the video I saw the day before about explaining why these statues of white supreme superior athletes in ancient Greece and Rome are always pictured with very, very small size appendages, is because it was a statement of their superior intellect. And it was also a statement of how they were not, quote, beholden to their, quote, animalistic nature and wiles, like those who have dongs that swing all out from under their togas and shit. You understand? Even way back when, you can see the bourgeoning of white supremacy as an ideology, even back then, right? And so, but still, the other thing that was interesting to me is when she said, because I saw a video just before hers about a horror movie that was made in the 80s. I forget the name of it, but the horror movie was about this. It was from the perspective of this child who he finds out that his parents are cannibals, right? Now, this is a horror movie where this child finds out that his parents are cannibals, and all the other things that happen after this child, quote, walks in on his parents with blood all over their face, you feel me? Because they have just finished eating something or whatever, you feel me? But the girl, right before, the girl asked the question, totally unrelated to this video I saw next. The girl asked the question, in this movie, she says, in horrors in particular, but in all kinds of movies, we have heard of cannibalism as a metaphor for love, right? She said, but could cannibalism also be a metaphor for pedophilia? And my whole wig was split. So she goes into these very quick piece by piece clips from this movie. It was like a 1980s horror movie. But she's showing kind of like certain very specific cinematography that you would miss without this idea already planted in your head, right? Because the regular watcher is just going to watch it for what it is, like this kid who is typically a good kid and does good in school, and it shows this kid's downward spiral once he finds out that his parents are cannibals. She said, but when you look at these clips that I'm going to show you, she said something darker and more sinister is happening. That she was saying, like, early childhood psychologists say that children will hyper personify trauma as something alien or foreign to them. So a lot of the time children will draw pictures of monsters when it's somebody's close to them. They'll draw pictures of like aliens or monsters, with exaggerated features, like with blood on their mouth or whatever, to try to cope with the betrayal inherent in pedophilia. These people who are supposed to love you and protect you and take care of you, who are your monsters, who are your violators. And so she's showing all of these clips of this child and his quote disintegration, or his downward spiral, where he went from being a straight A student and all of this stuff in the school and the parents and meet with him and this and that and this and that, and certain things that are said in the movie that are done subtly, but upon looking at it are like the things that infer that what he has quote personified his trauma as identifying those that are responsible for his trauma, his parents, and saying, I found out that my parents are cannibals. The way that he finds out his parents are cannibals. They don't say this in the movie, but this is what she's saying. She's saying that the way the movie played out, especially with what we know now today in early childhood development and early signs of trauma, she is like looking back at this movie with fresh eyes. And so much of what this child is saying is like classic signs of trauma at the hands of your parents in particular, where this child has turned his parents into quote monsters, into quote cannibals, because of the mother and the father. And she's talked specifically about how this shows up in the behavior of the mother and how it shows up in the behavior of the father, and the story this child tells himself to try to reconcile what's happened to him as he's quote being cannibalized by his parents. Deep. So I see this video that this girl is talking about for cannibalism possibly being a metaphor for a specific type of aggression against children. And then right after it, this girl is talking about this movie coming out called The Wicker Husband or The Wicker Man or whatever. And she says, unlike other monster movies, and there's so many other implications in it, the Wicker Man, her husband, is born, that's the word she used, born sexy and ready to marry. And I immediately thought of this previous video that I saw where this girl equates cannibalism in movies as a metaphor for pedophilia. She says born and ready to marry. I instantly thought about like, even where they're talking about the animalistic nature of quote indigenous men, meaning everybody not white, the animalistic nature of indigenous men as a way to like infantilize them so that they get their particular kink met. So she's talking about this quote this born fully grown sexy man, something just a little bit less than man, ready to marry to fulfill all of her sexual desires. The other thing that stands out in this is that she is notoriously ridiculed, reviled in her community before the arrival of her man-made husband. She is, and there's a whole other thing I want to go into on that, but because of who made her husband, it was deliberate and it was strategic. But anyway, because of her man-made husband, the people are not made uncomfortable. The people in the community are not made uncomfortable by the quote sexual implications of this partnership. What they end up being made uncomfortable by are the public displays of emotion and affection. They don't have no problem. You even heard in the preview some man tell the Wicker Man, can you come blank my wife? So they don't have no problems when you are being an instrument of utility, right? Where they can quote use, aka consume you. He tells the Wicker Man, can you come blank my wife? Because they've never had any problem watching their wives with quote 3 bucks. You know what I'm saying? 3 bulls, any other name that minimalizes your humanity so that what? Because he is not seen as human, there are no moral implications for both man or wife to enjoy his wiles. See, you have to be dehumanized in order for us to be absolved from any sins like fornication or adultery. And then once you are dehumanized, we both can enjoy it. So that's why the white boy don't mind being, quote, a cuckold to the what they call him, the mandingo or the buck or the bull, or in the preview, you hear her call him an ox. In the preview, you hear her call him an ox. Now, what is the other little tendency that we see? Just like we saw with Madame Lalaurie trying to make herself her own minotaur up in her slave quarters. We see that it is typically the most undesirable, the most, quote, ugly, and I say, quote, ugly for a reason. The most ugly, the most reviled, the most undesirable woman in the crew that tends towards the desires and machinations of what there was some philosopher she quoted saying that white women, there is a certain animalistic nature that white women require for orgasm. That's what what the white psychologist said. Okay, that's not me. That's what he said. That there is a certain animalistic desire, and he's talking about when he is identifying desire for animal type beings without saying the word. If you get what that starts with a B, when he is analyzing, this is back in the day, this is back in the late 1800s, when he is analyzing white women who have been known to engage in certain activities with entities that present as animalian, right? That starts with a B. That his psychoanalysis was that these women require a certain animalistic nature to even achieve orgasm. That's what she's talking about here. That's what she said. That's not what I see. How she refers to this particular psychologist that studied this particular desire, kink, whatever, right? But that is what gives them like a detachment from moral implications, is to reduce the black male to closer in proximity to animal than to man. Here you go. Then she presents some quotes from the book by Frantz Fanon about black skin, white mask. And and then she cited several pretty big name, like 1970s, like second wave feminists, 1970s, 1980s feminists. And when she cited all of those feminists, some of them we know, like what's her name, Dworkin, and some other ones. And Dworkin in particular said that men cannot be objectified by women. And my whole spidey senses sounded the red alarm. I said, because I like Jorkin, but I haven't read all of her work. I haven't read all of her work, but I could already see some leanings. But that quote, men cannot be objectified by women, automatically implies that white men are the only men. Because she is saying that men cannot be objectified by women. But it's like, as sharp as she was, as intelligent as she was, as well studied as she was, she couldn't go back to the multiplicity of whorehouses owned by white women that featured exclusively black males. Is that not the white female objectification of black males, reduced to males, not men? Because see, they did not see them as men; they saw them as males. You see. So when I'm talking about anyway, see how I did that? Because see, there's all kinds of males. There's males that are like cattle. There's bulls, oxes. There's dogs that are male. There's trees that are males. You understand what I'm saying? So as long as they're anything other than men. See, in that statement by a known feminist that says that men cannot be objectified by women, totally wipes out an entire history of the role of white women in their proximity to power and in their desire for that power and to express that power onto somebody else. What better way for me as a white woman to express absolute power than over, quote, some big, brolic, black, male presenting entity? Because see, they aren't men. And the feminists implied this in this statement. See, black males have to be reduced to something other than men for this statement to be true. That men cannot be objectified by women. In order for that statement to be true, which apparently is the belief of several white feminist writers, that men cannot be objectified by women, what they're saying without saying it is that everybody male is not a man. Everybody male is not a man. That's the only way that statement can be true. And even then, even though this was the second wave of feminism, they ain't have to look too far for any of the information, intellectual material available to demonstrate the very long history of white women attempting, particularly in proximity to slaveholders, slave owners, seeking the opportunity to demonstrate their power over human beings. And what better way to express ultimate power? The movie Mandingo is a prime example. Prime example. This woman saying, if you don't do what I need you to do for me, I am going to tell my husband that you did something other to me against my will. And of course, he will believe me and you will be tortured to death. Prime example. Prime example. There is no power dynamic there. There is no power. On his part, there is no power. He knows he's damned if he do and damned if he don't. You understand? And so that was interesting to me, how many feminist writers she cited whose position was scarily the same. And we even had to have a throwdown with our homegirl, Mary Daly, because she said something very sinisterly close to the same thing. Now, of course, in learning, she walked that shit back in the second book. But in the first book, Beyond God the Father and towards a female liberation, towards female liberation or something like that. Like we had to grind Mary Daly up a couple of times. We had to stop because I was like, I don't know if I can finish reading this goddamn book. How the book we read first, which was older, it was 10 years older. We read Pure Lust first. Then we was like, let's go and go back and read this Beyond God the Father. And child, there was a couple of times I was like, I gotta give this book a break. Like Mary was with that bullshit. But apparently I wasn't the only one that thought that, because she had become surrounded by a lot of Black feminist thinkers that ground her ass up way back in the day. And so she got her life right. And then 10 years later, when she wrote Pure Lust, she came back correct. See what I'm saying? But like in that first book, we could tell Mary ain't had no Black friends. It was still a hard ass book, but it was obvious Mary ain't had no Black friends. She ain't had nobody Black in her ear saying, "Bitch, what the fuck is this?" Where they do that at? You understand? So I'm just saying. But yeah, I'm gonna watch this movie when it comes out. I don't know when its release date, but even from these short videos that she did, she was saying how, for one thing, it may not seem like a thing to you. She said, but she asked the question, "Is this a Black man?" Because, quote, he presents as a ginger. Because when the man that built him gave him hair, the hair was red. And somebody in her comment section said, "You know the history of," listen, there's a sister in the comment section said, you are aware of the cinematic history of casting redhead characters as coded Black characters without having to cast Black people. I said, "What?" She said, "Yes, there is a long history in the industry of," quote, "casting redhead characters but coding them Black so that you don't have to cast Black actors." I said, "Wait a minute. Is this a whole nother wormhole I'm about to have to go into?" Because she says, "Well, he is a ginger. I think that's wrong for me to say." And then the person in the comment section started going in about the long history of casting redhead characters as coded Black. I said, "Whoa." Right then she said, "Well, is he Black?" And then she says then she talks about what he's made of. Because this is gonna be another whole wormhole I'm gonna go into. I'm telling you. He is made, his, quote, wicker self is made out of willow that has been dyed mahogany. Why they play in our face like this? Why they give you them kind of details if it was a non-issue? He specifically uses willow, which is considered a white wood. Willow is considered a white wood, like clinically, right? As a matter of fact, it's called, like in most places, it's called white willow. White willow bark, It's what aspirin is made out of. Willow is white. And she says he specifically uses willow, like willow vines, willow branches, to, quote, weave the wicker, but then he dyes the white willow mahogany. I said, why they play in our face so much? Why they play so much? That's the old thing, Aunt Jemima. That goes all the way back to Ireland. That whole, the Black Irish and all of that thing. But it goes back to a period in Ireland where Black people lived in Ireland. Even the stories about, quote, what was his name? St. Patrick, chasing out the snakes. Quote, he's the saint that chased all the serpents out of Ireland. Ireland doesn't have snakes. Has never had snakes. Ireland does not have snakes. Like, at all. Ireland doesn't have snakes. The serpent was coded for chasing out Black people. Black people. That's what St. Patrick was known for. Was chasing out the last remnants of the Black folks. Feel me? Anyway. So, I think that's all I'm gonna say. It's already 4 hours. At least I can still go out and get a drink somewhere. Yeah, there was so much more I wanted to talk to y'all about, but I'm glad I talked to you about what I talked to you about. There is one more thing I want to say, because the whole about the willow thing, about the willow bark thing, keep this for forever, because I keep coming back to it. Like I'll forget it and then I keep coming back to it. I researched the etymology for the word monster because lately it's been coming up a lot. And I remember that the word monster was one of those inverted words, right? So I just went ahead and researched it. Well, I can't sleep. I don't want to go sleep though. I want to go out. And the etymology for the word monster is quite timely too, by the way. So one etymology says that the word monster comes from the Latin word moneo or moneo, M-O-N-E-O, which means to rewind, to warn, to instruct, or to foretell. Hear me? Did y'all heard? One definition says it comes from the Latin moneo, which means to rewind, to warn, instruct, or foretell. Monster. Another definition says it comes from the Latin monstrum, meaning a divine omen, portent, or sign of misfortune. A divine warning, though, right? Monstrum derives from monere or from monere, which means to warn or to remind. It relates to the ancient belief that birth defects or strange beasts were signs sent by the gods to warn humans of evil. There's another one, ancient Latin. The ancient Latin meaning means to warn or to show or to point out. Divine warning monster. Monstre or monstre. This is Old French. This means a monstrosity or malformed beast. So this is like later quote evolution of the original Latin. And then by the 14th century, Middle English, it became synonymous with humans or animals born with severe birth defects. Yep. Deep roots, the Proto-Indo-European traces it back to M-E-N, the prefix M-E-N, men, which means what? It don't mean man. It don't mean man plural. Men means what? M-E-N. You're talking about the Proto-Indo-European traces back to M-E-N, which means what? It's synonymous with what? Moon or moon blood, right? So the Proto-Indo-European traces back to M-E-N as a prefix, which means to think or to mind. To think or to mind. Related words. Listen to this. Oh, I like that. Goddess essence energy in the house. Let's go. Yes. I like that. I like that. I like that. But anyway, it says related words or words connected to monster. It says connected to English words that involve the mind or remembering. the mind, or remembering, related to monster, such as mind, memory, mention, warn, or demonstrate. Ew. Would you like to explore related words from the same root, or look at how specific monster myths evolved? Ooh, that might be an assignment for later on, y'all. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. But I like that. Monstrum, the Latin monstrum, means divine omen. Biatch. Divine omen. We need to be out here. We need to be out here perpetrating and professing divine omens. That's what we need to be out here doing. Perpetrating and professing divine omens. That's what we need. That's what we need to be out here doing. Oh my God. Speaking of perpetrating and professing divine omens, there is one more thing I'm going to leave you with today. Yep. Oh shit. There's another one. Hold on. It says, let's see. Figuratively, monstrum, divine omen, right? Figuratively, it can relate to an object of dread, an awful deed, an abomination, a derivative of monere, to remind, or to bring to one's recollection, bitch. To what? To bring to one's recollection. To tell of, to admonish, advise, warn, to instruct, to teach, to make one think of, to remind. Y'all need to remember. Remember what I was talking y'all about the other day? What Mary Daly said in Pure Lust? What Mary Daly said in Pure Lust was that the role of the fates is to redefine time. What did we say? When we were reading the book Pure Lust, and we talked in depth about what she means when she says the role of the fates is to redefine time. And she actually uses as a frame of reference for the redefining of time. She uses the goddess Mnemosyne, the goddess of remembrance. That's where you get the word mnemonic from. You get the word mnemonic. What is a mnemonic? It's something that you use to help you remember, to help you memorize something. You use mnemonics to help you memorize shit. It comes from the goddess Mnemosyne, who governed the river of remembrance. And she was the mother of the 9 muses, Mnemosyne. Right? And so she references in the book Pure Lust, the role of the fates is to redefine time. How does she say the fates redefine time? It ain't witchcraft we talking about, bitch. It's what we do up on here. Every time we read something collectively that comes back to us through these words that have been kept from us, we don't remember because the shit has literally been disappeared from the collective consciousness. Every time we read some shit together that blows our goddamn minds, peels out damn wigs back. Every time I read a chapter out of Pure Lust, y'all came up on there talking about, yo, I'm ready. I got the bobby pins where my wig is attached good, so ain't nobody trying to snatch my wig off. Y'all had me cracking up when we was reading that book, Pure Lust, because Mary Daly came up in here to punch bitches in their goddamn chest. Mary Daly wrote that book with the intention of jacking jaws, splitting wigs, peeling them back, punching people in the chest, karate chopping bitches in the uterus. She came up in there and did that. She did that with that book. And she said the role of the fates in this period in human history is to redefine time, child. That ain't the only thing she said. She said the other role of the fates is to reclaim the power of naming. Oh, she said that shit. Is to reclaim the power of naming. The other thing she said is that while we as the fates are redefining time and reclaiming the possession of the power to name all things, she said we're going to have to cast a global exorcism. She said a global exorcism. A global exorcism of the spell cast by the patriarchal fathers of the she said we're going to have to cast a global this rotten filthy bitch a global exorcism to break the global spell of global spell called the amnesia of women. Every time we read something that was completely out of our radar and frame of knowing, time is instantly changed. The entire past is instantly changed with every piece of information hidden from us reclaimed by us. It changes all of us instantly. What did she talk about? We got to go back and read Pure Lust, bitch. That's what we got to do. That more than anything right this moment, we got to go back and reread Pure Lust. It's so currently relevant, even more relevant than when we read it a couple of years ago. Because she said, what's she saying? She talked with that crazy language that we had to learn about a whole other book so we could learn the language as we read the book. The Wikidaria, what did she call it? The Wikidary of witches and whatever the fuck. Hey, that book was something else, okay? And there was something in there where she talked about, what's she saying? She said, what'd she say? She's talking about, damn, man. What'd she say? Oh my God, I lost it just that fast. She was talking, it was something dope too. She was saying, son of a bitch. Ooh. We got to get back in that book. Because that girl, she said, that's what it was. Ooh. She's talking about the crazy, she's like, she calls women the next, all the names that have been made bad, all the names that we shy away from, all the things that have been made bad. That's why I call y'all bitches. That's why I call y'all bitches. That's why I call y'all bitches. Sure is. And I say it with my whole chest. Okay, bitches. Because what comes out of my mouth, no matter what it is, automatically means something different than what comes out of the mouths of men. This is the nature of patriarchy. This is the nature of the inversion of all of the things that were revered in a past prior to the patriarchy. Yes. That's what she's saying. Redefine time. Reclaim the power of naming. That's why I call y'all bitches. And don't even hesitate. Nope. Because I fucking love y'all. I love y'all. That's why I call y'all bitches. Gods that you are. She goes through all of the names that have been perverted and inverted by patriarchy, fed back to you so that you can always hear the word with revile. See what I'm saying? See how they did that? So you, child, listen. When she called us, what she called us? Weaving, nagging, naggster, Webster, crone, hags. She called she called us all the things. She called us everything but a child of God. She called us everything but a child of God. Nagster, hag, crone, weaving bitches. She said, what she say? She said that when we can accept these words, when we reclaim the names, when we reclaim the names inherent in these words, nabsters, nagsters, weavers, cunty cunts. That's right. She said that shit. Mary was on one. She said, when we can reclaim the power inherent in these names, attempting to be suppressed in the mouths of the patriarchs, she said, what'd she say? She said, our courage becomes contagious. Our courageous acts of courage becomes courageously contagious. This bitch was on one. That's what she said. Our courageous acts of courage becomes courageously contagious. Bitch, let me tell y'all something. And then, so with that, I want to say this. I want to open up something that came through my memories today on my Facebook. That was like, we need this medicine. So I'm gonna open up this last thing. I ain't gonna show it to y'all. Yeah, I'm not gonna show it to you. I'm just gonna read it to you. Like, hold on, let me see. Is there a way that I can show it to you? Window, entire screen. Let's try that. No, wait. If this don't work, I'm gonna stop sharing. Ooh, that's that weird shit they be doing. Y'all see that weird shit? That's so bizarre. It's kind of almost spooky. Let's see. Is that? No, that's not it. This is it. That. Okay. All right. There it is. Okay. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. That's weird. Let's do it this way. I don't know if y'all, let me try it like this. Can y'all, can y'all see her? This beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous goddess right here, her beautiful self. I posted this and it came through my feeds today. I posted this 10 years ago, but look how beautiful she is. Look at this. Oh, she is so gorgeous. Oh, look at her face. She's so beautiful. Man, so this is, I'm going to read to you who she is. I was so happy this came through my feed today. I was like, yes, this the energy I'm on. This is the energy been invigorating me today. A remarkable photo found of Mahamza, a rebel leader and priestess, arrested by the Germans in 1908 and the British in 1911. She spent the last few decades of her life interred in Kampala, supported by 4 servants and selling her cow's milk. The colonizers feared her influence and spirit medium fame, so she was never allowed to return to the southwest of Uganda. But that did not stop her from secretly initiating many visitors into the rituals of the Nyabingi, the traditional goddess of fertility. This photo has created much interest, so let us share more info from our research. For 1870 was a wife of King Rabaguri of Rwanda. On his death, she believed her son to be the rightful heir. She led a coalition against the German-backed young king Musinga, but was captured by them in 1908. They interned her in Bukoba until 1911, was either released or escaped. She was a Nyabingi medium who instructed her followers to search for the sacred drum Kalinga. She claimed that when it was found, her son would become king and all her followers would receive cows from underground. She predicted that bullets would turn into water. She was later described as, by dint of years of training, she has acquired a high falsetto voice and professes inability to walk normally. Her method of position being on tiptoe in a crouching position with the aid of two sticks. The chiefs, with scarcely an exception, trembled whenever her look was directed towards them. When she established her headquarters at Ikumba near Kabale, the English saw this as an insult and a threat. They attacked her camp in 1911 and after a 6-hour battle, defeated her forces and captured her after she was wounded in the foot. The arrest caused complications because the area had not yet been formally incorporated into the Uganda Protectorate. Therefore, the Kigezi administration had no power to try her. The governor ordered her to be interred in Kampala, where she remained until she died in 1945. 1945, y'all. 1945. Let's see. Then there are links about the Nyabingi. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Nyabingi, they have white people tell it, notorious priestess warriors. They were a whole clan of priestess women, the Nyabingi. Let's see. Let's see. I think I have something else down here about them in general. Let's see. I think so. Yes. Here's another kind of drawn image of some of the Nyabingi women. After presenting Mohamza some words on the Nyabingi cult may be appropriate. Nyabingi, usually translated as one who has or brings wealth, belongs to female earth energy and is concerned with fertility in its widest sense, but covering women, livestock, and crops, health, prosperity, and success. It complements and is interdependent with the male earth energy that is concerned with the forces of nature and power in its widest sense, but later focused on the political power of divine kingship. But it is a mistake to view Nyabingi as a homogeneous set of beliefs and practices or a specific cult with a hierarchy of leader mediums, officers, and disciples. The relationship between Nyabingi and its practitioners varied with the person and his or her social circumstances and could focus on health, spirituality, or military conquest. An example of the problem of interpretation: are we talking about a system of beliefs, rituals about fertility and healing, or rather about its name? The former is of ancient origin, while the name can be traced in historic sources of the last 300 years. But then if Nyabingi can be identified with particular persons, is the cult named after that person or vice versa? Martin Aijuka de Porres illustration shows the ritual by which women were chosen for Nyabingi service. In some communities, it happened at night, and the sign for the selected girl was a metallic rod or spear placed between her thighs, the symbols of the Nyabingi defender. So that's that. But let me go back to this picture that's so beautiful of her. Oh, she's so gorgeous. Just beautiful. That's beautiful. So that's that. I think I'm gonna make that the end of this evening. I will be back tomorrow on the wonderful 8/8 portal. I do not know what time of the day I will be back up on here, but I am going to do a live tomorrow. And we came hella close to beating the goal. I think with the cash apps and such that came in, I'll just go ahead and say we made the goal. And so Sunday, I will do the 2-hour live Q&A. So get your questions ready. I'll do that at noon on Sunday. Okay, noon on Sunday, we'll do the 2-hour Q&A session. And well, that's all I got for y'all tonight. It's been fun. I still have much to share with you, but there's a lot for y'all to gnaw on for tonight, particularly that strategic ruthlessness. That's what I'm on right now. And do water rituals. Do water rituals. That was another thing I was going off on. Like, how does it occur to anybody that at the height of absolute combustibility, destructive potential combustibility of air and fire, do you conclude that what you need to be doing is fire rituals? Please get out here and do some water rituals tomorrow. And I wrote some down. Research rain dances. Didn't Barbara Moore and the Great Cosmic Mother talk about the global consistency of people everywhere on earth, in every culture on earth, doing rain dances? Can we do some rain dances? Can we call down some thunderstorms of rectification and rejuvenation? Isn't that what the 8/8 portal is about? While everybody focusing on the lion, the Leo, but isn't that the first day of the new year in Kemetic tradition that honors and reveres and celebrates with titties out excitement for the quote flooding of the Nile River? Isn't that what it was about? It was about water, bitch. It was about recognizing that this first day on the Kemetic calendar was celebrated through sexual rites, y'all. Ecstatic enjoyment for the flooding of the Nile River. Somebody said Giddy's out. It's funny. One more thing. I was hearing today, all random, like, I guess there is this hashtag going around called Toddy, T-O-T-I, titties out on the internet. I guess it's a whole thing, young folks. Titties out on the internet. And so the girl that was doing the thing on the Wicker Husband, she's an intellectual. And so I guess somebody, she got in her feelings and did this video like I did. See how my titties out? So she did this video where she's cooking in her kitchen and she got on like a little crop top with a, like as much of her boobies out as she can show without getting banned. And she was saying that why she did that is because somebody was saying that somebody was in her comment section or inbox saying that she couldn't possibly be an intellectual because she's talking about intellectual stuff with her titties out. I said, that is the kind of shit I'm talking about. They may not know the implications, but we know the implications. We know the implications of the great primordial in Anna, who stands all the time presenting her titties to the world because she say, bitch, these right here, we heal the world. That's what they say. When she is presenting her titties to the world and she's holding them like this, she's saying, we heal the world. We heal the world. The great boobies that sling down as Hathor is going rainbow shape over the earth to let flow the divine waters of heaven, which is titty milk. Okay? It's synonymous with the life nourishing and sustaining titty milk. Your first experience with the waters of heaven. You feel me? That's why Hathor is always personified as a great cow. You understand? Yes, the land of milk and honey. Yes. And so these young girls talking about how all the men is all mad because they cooking in their kitchen with their titties out, because I guess that's the hashtag is T-O-T-I, titties out on the internet. That's what it stands for, titties out on the internet. And so they talking about why the men mad because we doing the hashtag titties out, and we talking about intellectual stuff with our titties out, or we cooking meals and talking about the recipe with our titties out. I was like, well, let me talk about the goddess that it is most relevant to on this day, because she, Sopdet, as the divine water bearer that is responsible for the flooding of the Nile River, the quote sacred waters of the Nile that pour forth from the primordial serpent. Child, please, y'all better be out here doing water rituals with your titties out. You better be out here with as much of your titties out that you can have out in public spaces without getting bounced. If you gonna get arrested, you better get arrested for something good. Don't get arrested because your titties out. You feel me? Get yourself what them things is, the little pasties. Get yourself some pasties. You feel me? They can't arrest you for that. Get yourself some pasties. Get yourself as much of your titty meat that can be out on tomorrow. Do that. As uncomfortable as you can make people with as much of your booty cheeks hanging out from under your skirt or your shorts. Do that. And go and do some water rituals, whether it's actual water or like myself, it's going to be moon water, lunar water, if you catch my drift. I already got it in the car. So it is going to be my moon water, my lunar water that I'm going to be doing water rituals with. Feel me? And but be out here doing water rituals. Be out here calling down the rain, especially as these. We got to come up with a new word that is not centered in the hijacking of the mother's words to describe we can't call them nothing, because weirdos is our shit. You feel me? Lunatics is our shit. Maniacs is our shit. All of these words meant to describe diabolical shit is actually our shit. So we got to come up with a word that is peculiar to them and they afflicted ass nature. You understand? But regardless, while they attempting to desertify the whole planet, we need to be doing water goddamn rituals. Weirdos. No more fire ceremonies for a minute. We need to be doing blood and water and earth rituals. That's the balancers. That's the harmonizer. Not in a antagonistic way towards the elements of fire and air, as a way to harmonize and anchor fire and air. And you cannot harmonize and anchor fire and air with more fire and air, child. Them mathematics don't work. That was one more thing. See my little raps that I did these just last night. I was like, let me do something cute and unusual with the two little dreads that I always have hanging down with my little beads and stuff on. So I did my little raps last night, and I made these. I mean, as much as you can make honeycomb earrings, I didn't like construct them or nothing. These were hair pieces. These little honeycomb earrings. These was hair pieces that was like rainbow shaped. They was like rainbow shape, and you put, like, you know how you put the little, it comes with a little thing, you put a little bun in there and you put a little stick in it. It came with a little stick and it was like rainbow shape. So I hammered them flat. I was like, they would be cute earrings. So I bought two of them and hammered them out and then just put little findings on them. So as much as you can make them, I made them. But yeah, like my little honeycomb earrings, you feel me? And my little wraps on my hair, you feel me? So there you go. But yeah, you understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? And one more thing. I'm so sorry. There was a reason I brought up the girl, and I went off on a diatribe on some other thing. There was a reason I brought up the girl on River Moon. The scene where she go up in there and ghost all the man that was trying the little girl. You feel me? The scene after it was so powerful because yes, she went up in there and went to work. She made up in her mind in a split second, I'm gonna go help the girl. But because I'm gonna go help the girl, I know who these dudes are. I know how they are. Just like the dude said in his IG, to know that you cannot appeal to evil. to make a split decision. You know you cannot appeal to evil. What is y'all thinking? You can't appeal to evil. She made the split decision that if I go up in here and help this little girl, because that's why she outside, she's like, no, I'm just going to go on and get up out of here because I know what's coming. But that split decision that she made, that if I'm going to help this little girl, it means everybody in that room got to die. That's it. That's the only way I'm going to leave up out of here is if I go and help this little girl, everybody that's in that room has got to die. That's the courageous thing to do. That's the righteous thing to do. What is the difference between these men who kill people and the woman who went up in there killing people? Is all killing the same? No, it's perspective that determines whether the killing is diabolical in nature or whether it is just and righteous response to diabolatry. Feel what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? Because it's not enough to acknowledge the inversion of all that is in the hands of patriarchy. It is to recognize that whatever your response and reaction is a rewriting. It's a re-inversion. It is a remembering. It is a recalling that justice in the hands of the mother looks totally different than what these people profess justice is. That's why you are always made sick by their displays of so-called justice, because justice always serves them at your expense. Justice in the hands of the mothers, justice in the hands of the victims, justice in the hands of the colonized looks something totally different, feels different in your flesh and bones. So when she went up in there, you feel me? She made the split decision. If I'm going to help the girl, everybody got to die. And the whole time you screaming because you like, yes, murk every last one of them because they are better as fertilizer than they are breathing. They better as fertilizer because you knew exactly what was going to happen if you didn't intervene. That every last one of them were going to aggress upon this child and more than likely participate in her murder at the end of said deeds. So yes, knowing they don't have to have time to carry out the act, knowing their intentions and the diabolatry with which it emanated from, even though they had not committed the crime yet, she knew every last one of them had to go. If I'm gonna intervene, every last one of them got to die. She made the decision. Then, after everybody is dead, after she done smoked everybody in the room, and done taught the farmers, because after everybody dead, after she done murked everybody, then all the brolic dudes gonna come in to quote find out what happened, to find out what had happened after everybody out of harm's way. And she said, look, when they all walked in and saw all these soldiers dead all over the ground, she said, y'all gonna have to fight these bitches. Y'all gonna have to learn how to, whatever, but y'all gonna have to fight these bitches. Because I done murked every last one of these dudes and they coming for y'all. So get your little pitchforks and your little sharp tools and instruments. Because we gonna go get some soldiers, but it ain't gonna be a handful of them. Y'all gonna have to fight. Y'all gonna have to go toe to toe with these motherfuckers right here. You feel me? And then, so listen, she done gone up in there, murked all the dudes, done told everybody in the community, get your life right, get your mind mentally prepared for what must be done. Because y'all ain't got but two choices. Y'all can run or y'all can stay and fight for your shit. And they was like, we ain't got nowhere else to go. So it looked like we're gonna have to stay and fight for our shit. She's like, all right, get your mind right. Get your mind ready. But since we out of the clear, we out of danger's way for right now, because I done murked all these dudes, take the time to go on out here and consider this a victory for the crew and go on to your homes, make love to your wives and your husbands. And so they started celebrating. They was like, her victory is our victory. I loved that scene. It was so subtle. I loved that scene because she did what she needed to do. She prepared the quote, very genteel, peace-loving hippies. She was like, all right, this is what it is. And this act here means y'all gonna have to get ready. If you're gonna stay, it means you're gonna have to fight. It means you're gonna have to fight till every last one of them dead or every last one of y'all dead. Now go on ahead and take the time, because it's gonna be a minute before some more come, and go on out here and have a party, drink your drink, have sex with your loved ones, get your life right. they celebrate in this movie. I loved it so much because it was something I didn't even pay attention to until tonight. Well, until a couple of days ago. Every single victorious scrimmage, because the scrimmage is not the war. That's what we end up doing all the time. Is we treat every small victory like the overall victory, like the battle is won. That's what we do. And so we retreat. We take a break. We fall back. We win a little scrimmage and we fall back. Meanwhile, our enemy is advancing. Ain't trying to give us no space. Ain't trying to give us no break. Ain't trying to give us no rest. We take the break because we think we done won the war, not the scrimmage. You understand? I love this though. Every scrimmage they celebrated with sex and drinking and partying. Kids partying, grown-ups partying, and then they sleep and rest and get up at the cock's crow at 6 a.m. ready to train. I love that. There's a lesson in that. There's a lesson in that. I was telling y'all 4 hours ago, right? About the potential revolutionary energy that comes from, embodied reciprocal sex among the classes, whether you married, whether it's whether you married, whether it's a one-night stand, a booty call, the reciprocal ecstasy and fully embodied sexual activity among the classes, among the oppressed. What Barbara Moore tells us is the potential represents the generation of potential revolutionary energy. And so that is what comes under attack by the state. So you see these agents of orthodoxy, these agents of evangelicism, these agents of religious asceticism and austerity. The first thing they do is attack sexual relationships. That's the first thing that they do. Predictably, that's the first thing that they do is attack sexual revolutionary, evolutionary potential, right? So that they can corral that would-be revolutionary energy into the military, into the police, into the ICE. That's what they've done. She wrote that in 1982, bitch. Beware that if they start fucking with your sex life, bitch, that if they start fucking with your sex life, it means they're plotting an army. That's what she said. And she didn't just say that as something that just emanated out of her head. She gave actual examples everywhere in the so-called third world where these slow-growing antagonisms among and between the opposite sexes in these places in the third world, and lo and behold, behind closed doors, they're creating these factories and shit where they want women to be the primary workers in the factories, and then they corral the sexually frustrated men to become the security guards, the gangs that they pay to keep the women from unionizing. Baby, she named company names where this was a textbook strategy, was to sexually frustrate the potentially revolutionary men in their relationships with these women, they country women, so that energy potential can be corralled to serve the state that intends to enslave or virtually enslave their country women. They become the soldiers, the military, the proxy war soldiers, the gangs. So she said, in no uncertain terms, that whenever the state started fucking with your sex life, using spirituality, using religion, using austerity, using what red pill bullshit, using incel bullshit, whenever the state started fucking with your sex life, they trying to create an army, bitch. Who is the object of that army? Always women. That's what she said. That's me paraphrasing, but that's what she said in The Great Cosmic Mother. That's what she said in The Great Cosmic Mother, that when they start fucking with your sex life, men and women, just know they are preparing an army. Who is the object of that of the aggressions of that army that they are building? Always, always, always women. Always women. And here you is, red pill culture, Epstein culture, incel culture. All these men in the last month done killed their wives and their children. We right on the brink of it. We right on the brink of it. And so women have to be developing some responses. This is some shit we're gonna have to figure out how to talk about without talking up on here. We gonna have to start sharing. We're gonna have to figure out something that's a way to share the shit our big mamas and grandmamas taught us that we forgot until somebody bring it back to our conscious memory. I remember not only my big mama, not only my grandmothers who were from the Delta area of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas, not only my grandmamas, but my ex-husband's mother, my mother-in-law, who was born and raised in Haiti, her husband born and raised in Jamaica. There were some things that I learned in the little time I spent with her that I was like, oh no, I got to keep this in my memory banks. I was just thinking about it the other night because I had the experience. I was like, oh shit. Yeah. There's some things that we need to be recollecting. There's some shit we need to be recollecting. Not only recollecting, sharing en masse. Because we don't even have to guess. We see it already front and center. It ain't coming down the pike. It is what it is. It is what it is. I know, but I get it. Yeah, maybe Discord, but yeah, that last part though, Daniela say, or building our own apps, like something like that. Because as far as I'm concerned, all this shit is suspect. While patriarchy remains, all this shit is suspect. You know what I'm saying? That's how we can find out all after the fact that 88,000 men were sharing videos and pictures of them terrorizing the women closest to them by teaching each other how to poison their wives and daughters and such. You know what I'm saying? That was Discord shit that was happening. You understand? So we might have to go back to way back to old school ass and old school style organizing. You feel me? Use the internet for what we need to use it for, but certain things is gonna have to be straight old school shit. You understand? There's so much I want to tell you guys. There's so much I want to teach you guys. There's like, you know, my dad was, quote, a doomsday prepper before that shit was popular. And I mean, me as a little girl learning archery, me as a little girl learning to hunt squirrels and rabbits and shit, learning how to fire a gun at 8, learning how to lay shingles on a house with my daddy at 8. You know what I'm saying? There's so much. Even when I was, you know, in a revolutionary organization, there's so much that I want to share. There's so much that I want to disseminate. There's so much that I want to teach you, even that I learned as a 10-year medical school student. There's so much that I want to teach you. There's so much that I want to tell you. There's so much that you need to learn, that we need to know. So we gotta figure out a finesseful way to disseminate, distribute, and share information, because we don't have to guess what's coming. That video that has harassed my dreams for the last 5 days of those 3 babies orphaned by these entities who, for whatever the reason and whatever the cause, their souls are gone. Their souls are gone. Anything goes. Anything goes. And everything is acceptable. There are no restrictions. That we like right the fuck now. Like right the fuck now. Like right the fuck now. Like what Che Guevara said, that solidarity is not a matter of simple well-wishing, but solidarity is not a simple matter of well-wishing, but in the sharing of the fate of the oppressed, whether in victory or in death. This this has to apply to us. Now, it might be me because, you know, I've spent so long in the medical field and I felt personally invested in people's health and people's lives and people's outcome. That might be where the rigor comes from. I'm not convinced that's what it is. That I'm a human. And to see babies terrorized, the cries of babies over audio played out to draw people out, children, women, thinking that they're hearing babies crying, that they got to go help to kill them. No. We gotta, like, maybe this is what it meant. That maybe this is what it meant. Maybe this is what it meant for me to be detached, to be detached from my things, to be detached from my life and the security that was my life, my home and shit. Is to be detached enough to be like, we gotta weigh up the shit. We gotta weigh up the shit. And we have to be invested in a way that we can see our own flesh and blood. We can see our own family members. We can see our own babies and children in the faces of these babies that are suffering 24 hours a day. 78,000 people dead in 2 years. This cannot stand. This can't stand. And I'm just talking about one area of the world. I'm not talking about the other scores of thousands. Nuh-uh. This cannot be our legacy. This can't be it. This can't be it. Not when we live here and we know these motherfuckers. Not when we live here and we know what they're capable of. Not while we live here and they are literal. And so this sister that I showed y'all, that's for a reason. The sister that I taught y'all to grow to love and to learn her life and to say her name, the great, magnificent, honorable Josina Michelle, you speak their names for a reason. You read their lives for a reason, because we got to call up courage, baby. We got to call up the kind of courage that we've never had. We got to call up the kind of courage that we've never had to tap into. We haven't been called to we haven't been called to tap into it, but it exists in us. And this world demands it. This world needs it. I'm not saying that we are responsible for saving the world. I really am not. I know how that sounds, and I know under the patriarchal all-father, that shit has been meant and orchestrated to suck the life out of us. That's not what I'm talking about. That's why the story that about the Rebel Moon chick, I love this story, how they celebrated every victory. They celebrated every squimish, no matter how terrible, no matter how many people they lost. They was like, as long as we get one up on these motherfuckers, we celebrating, bitch. We celebrating with sex and booze, laughter and music, and then we gonna sleep deep. And when the cock crows in the morning, we are up ready to go again. We are fortified by our commitment to one another. We are fortified by the pleasure that we give one another, that we secure our right to long-lasting pleasure, long-lasting happiness, joy, this and that and this and that. And then come the morning, from the youngest that can hold something to the oldest of us that can hold something, we come together to make sure that these motherfuckers cannot impose and impede on our joy, our ecstasy, our pleasure, and our happiness that is our goddamn birthright. What this boy say? The Indian boy, he say, you won't just hold the lotus flower, you hold the instrument that can secure the flower. You hold the weapon that can ensure that you secure your sovereignty, you secure your serenity, you secure your peace with the weapon in the other hand. I love that so much. I watched that video like 12 times before I went live up on here today. I love that so much. I love that so much. I love that so much. The story that he's told of Shiva, who is the serene, the peace personified, the Shiva, but let you cross him in the wrong way. And what did he say? He opened up that third eye, and that third eye blazed everybody in the fucking path and reduces them to ash. I love that shit. I love it. I love it. I love it. That shit spoke to my uterus. You hear me? I love it. 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 We got to start reading every story about every victorious scrimmage. The only problem is that the scrimmage was won, and then we all the way retreated thinking like we good now. No. Who was it that said it? Who was it? I don't even remember. But there's a great black revolutionary saying. I don't remember who said it, but the saying was simple. This time till it's won. You hear me? This time till it's won. No, you get a couple of jabs in and then you think you good. You can just go on about your business. No. Like every horror movie you see. Like every horror movie you see, or every suspense thriller you see, where somebody cracked the obvious bad guy over the head or over the arm or something and think he unconscious, and so they go to check. Why you stop? You all screaming to the screen. Kill him. Make sure he dead. One bullet to the head. That's it. No, you gonna go over there and get real close or you gonna hit him with the end of your gun. Every movie you gonna stop, or they teach you. I just saw, I know I can keep going. There's this the movie it's an X-Men movie. It's called like The Days of Future Past or something like that. It's one of the later ones. The Days of Future Past, where they got to go back because they in this future where everybody dying. All the mutants are dying because this scientist has made these cyborgs using the blood of the mutants so the cyborgs can change to do anything, and so any mutant they can adjust to kill or some shit like that, right? And so they have to go back to a particular past, right? Or something, because this future, I have to rewatch it, but this future where all the mutants are dying, and they're saying that the reason that the mutants are dying is because Mystique is plotting to kill it's Stryker. It's a descendant of Stryker or something, but he's like the short guy, the little person that plays in Game of Thrones. I forget the dude's name, but the little person that plays in the Game of Thrones, he's like a protege of Stryker or whatever, but he is experimenting on mutants to create this super weapon to destroy the mutants. Peter Dinklage. Okay, cool. Him. And so Mystique has got it in her mind that if she kills this dude, you feel me? Because she knows, because she's in the past and she knows what Stryker does to mutants in the future. And she makes up in her mind that if I go back far enough and ghost this bitch, that I'll save all these mutants in the future some serious suffering. Some serious, that sounds like good sound logic to me. That sounds like, see white people be hyper pontificating and hyper philosophizing some dumb shit. Like I heard somebody say, if you could go back to when the day that Hitler was born and you know what Hitler was gonna do, you already know because you from the future and you know that you can end the suffering of all these people, but the only time you can go back to is when Hitler was a baby. Would you kill Hitler as a baby? I was like, why do white people be hyper pontificating about dumbass shit like this? You understand what I'm saying? Why they do that? These hyper philosophical what ifs that are supposed to test your sense of morals and integrity. If I could go back in time, you understand, and prevent someone from committing gruesome, diabolical acts of genocide that will impact people for hundreds of years into the future, Hitler would not be my starting point, first of all. I might start most enthusiastically with Emperor Constantine before he, quote, became a Christian, and hence the Council of Nicaea and the global unified one world order in church. It might be him. Because I feel like if we go back and ghost Constantine, you feel me, conscious of the impact of Constantine, that Hitler might not have even existed. You know what I'm saying? Not only Hitler, Churchill might not have existed. What's the other nigga name? What's his name? King Leopold of Belgium. And every pope, every one of the 246 popes that there have been, most 99.9% of whom have been diabolical in their implications and machinations on the globe. Hitler wouldn't be my starting point. Not as a black woman. Hitler most certainly would not be my starting point. But anyway, I digress. She, Mystique, goes back in time to say, okay, I know, because I'm still conscious of the future, though I'm going back in time, that this dude Stryker is in his hard-on for mutants is going to cause extraordinary chaos and extreme suffering in the lives of mutants, aka Negroes. Just so we always revert back to what Stan Lee said about the mutants, whether they're good mutants or quote bad mutants. All the mutants is us. You feel me? So Mystique say, bump that. I'm gonna go all the way back to before this dude did any of the things that we know he did, and I'm gonna just ghost this bitch. Like, why y'all ain't on board with this? Can you really kill somebody before they've committed a crime, though? Remember Minority Report with Tom Cruise? Minority Report, same thing. What did they call it? What did they call that? This is something we might have to get into. They called it the Department of Future Crime or some shit. And because they had kidnapped the 3 precogs, that it was definitive that you was going to commit this crime because it is a fail-proof science, the precogs, right? And so Minority Report had so much going on in it that we missed. It really, really did. So much going on in it that we missed. So much. I digress. This thing of if you knew the future, even though the crime had not been committed, is it a paradox to quote ghost a bitch when you know that their future is definitive? When we are saying that the role of the fates is to redefine time and to reseize power over the naming process and to cast a global exorcism that what did she say? To cast a global exorcism to break the spell of the global amnesia of women? It might mean, it most definitely will mean, that those who have been called good under the patriarchy, thank you, Angel Mima 7727, my sentiments exactly. Without a second thought, without a single erratic heartbeat, boo. Without a single erratic heartbeat. And throw a party after the fact. We did that. We saved the world, bitch. We did that. Yup. We know their names. So we ain't got to even go back in time. I mean, it would be nice if we could go back and get the drop on goddamn Constantine. It would be nice. It would be nice if we could go back and get the drop on Leopold or Churchill. But there's a deeper discussion, even with those that I have named, that we are very timid about having. Because all them world enders had mothers that gave birth to death personified. And we don't ever want to talk about that. They all had mothers that gave birth, not just gave birth to, nurtured and nourished death personified. There's a damn discussion we're gonna have. Because every serial killer with a penis, every world destroyer with a penis, every child consumer with a penis, every pig with a penis, every warmonger. We got to come up with these words, man, because we can't be using the word of mother's words no more. Every warmongering, I don't know what we're going to come up with, but every warmongering web clipper got a mama, got a womb to thank for nourishing diabolatry, for breathing life into death personified. I'm just saying, for every white man, there's a uterus attached to him as well. Yeah, that's not the only thing I'm talking about, Angel Mama 7727, because I still have this belief. I still have this belief that the process is perfect. I'm talking about life-giving, life-shaping. I still believe that the process is perfect. So it is remember I was telling y'all the story about this little boy that hurt my feelings so bad? I know sometimes it be making Black women uncomfortable when I empathize with white people or white babies. I know it does, and I understand where that comes from. But I was telling y'all the story. It was just this Facebook, this Facebook video that came through, and it was shocking to me. She thought it was just like, oh, this is my baby, and I made up my mind that when my baby was little, every year I was going to do a cute little 20-second video of my baby saying, this is my name, and today is my birthday, right? That's all it was. This is my name, and today is my birthday, and today I am whatever years old. So the very first video that she did, the baby was 2 years old, and his very cute little white baby. And this woman basically did a super speedy, compilation. I forget what y'all called it, but like, a short compilation of every year that she had her baby on his birthday say, this is my name, today is my birthday, and today I am however many years old. And it started out super cute, little fat, chubby, blonde hair, blue eye baby saying, I 2 years old, today my birthday, I 2 years old. It was so cute, so cute. And then at around 8 years old, so up until that point, it was so cute and precious. And then something to me that was obvious changed when this baby was about 8 or 9 years old. I was like, how is she a mother looking through this camera at her baby and not seeing the same thing I'm seeing? How is she not seeing this? It wasn't subtle, y'all. It was obvious. Something changed in this baby at around 9. And the last video she had taken, her son had turned 16. But it was like the light that exists in the eyes of every baby was gone by the time that child was 9. It was shocking to me. That shit, I cried. I felt this baby. I was like, oh my God, how is she still taking these videos and she don't see this? Does she not see his face? Does she not see? Maybe I'm tripping. Does she not see this baby's face? And she's behind the camera. Okay, baby, it's that time. And he's like, no smile. Like his eyes went dead. Child, that shit shook the fuck out of me. It really, really did. Because monsters are not born, bitch. You ain't gonna have me believe it. Not out of a process coming out of the bodies of females for upwards of suspected 1.5 million years in some form or another. You are not going to tell me that all of a sudden Now it's just a shot in the dark. Either they're going to come out bad or they're going to come out good. No, the process is still perfect. Something happens after the process or during the process, truth be told. The process is perfect. Babies are not, I don't believe it. Babies are not born monsters. Babies, I don't give a fuck where they from, what their race is. Babies are not born monsters. Babies are not, I don't give a fuck. Even with heredity, babies are not prone to monstrous behavior, hereditarily predisposed. Now I want y'all to hear me. They're not hereditarily predisposed to monstrous behavior. I know that's gonna fuck with some of y'all theories about people who are slave owners, people who were lynchers and all of this stuff. That because bloodlust is in their blood, this and that and this and that. Because we didn't seem different. We know what genetics have the propensity to do and create, but we also have seen the exact opposite. That when these little white babies are in space with proximity to black women, something different happens to them. So it's about the nature versus nurture theory, thought, process. You understand? Because we didn't see the exact opposite. We didn't seen it. I have seen it in my own family. People marry uncles and aunties into the family who white. Feel me? I done seen how just their proximity to us transforms them if they do not come in a parasitic way, or we don't allow parasitic behavior to continue. I done seen people transformed. You understand what I'm saying? So babies aren't born monsters. Now, they can be born to monsters. And those monsters could just be oblivious, like this mother. I'm not saying she's a monster. She's just oblivious. Because she could not see what I saw in that, what began in that baby at 8-9 years old and just disintegrated in a 30-second clip. Hey, this is such and such and this and that. And today is my birthday and today I'm 11. My name is this and that. Today is my birthday and I'm this years old. To see the light disappear out of her baby's eyes and be oblivious, that shit shook me to my damn core. I said, oh my God, this baby. Yeah, I'm not saying that genetics don't play a role or a part in potentiality, but genetics are not destiny. Genetics can be contributing factors, but genetics are not destiny, because when you start thinking about genetics and start leaning more into hereditary implications, that teeters on the edge of justification of, well, his father was a serial killer, so it was just likely that he was going to be a serial killer. So that shit I get real iffy about, because white people have relied heavily on, quote, the science of psychology explaining away. It's just a different form of absolution to me. How psychology and, oh my God, how was he raised to become the justification, hence the absolution for just outright diabolical behavior. I am convinced to this day that psychology is a field of science created by males to explain away and absolve their bloodlust, their potentiality for diabolatry, because it's not, everything is not psychological in my estimation. I've talked to y'all about, quote, beware the madness of the king. What is the madness of the king based on? It is based on unchecked, unbridled, unaccountable power. That if you are constantly being told that there are no crimes you can't commit for which you are not absolved of, that there's nothing that you can create in the machinations of your mind for which you can be held accountable because you are seen as the chief personification of power, is it madness or is it lust? Is it madness or is it the machinations? because I'm not trying to cure the madness. I'm trying to cleave your head off once you get to a certain point. We can just go ahead and start over with you. We can bury your ass in the ground, let you be plant food and worm food and feed goddamn earthworms and shit and start the fuck over. I'm not trying. Because I love this medicine. I love the ideas. I love psychology. I love the ideas of, can you undo psychopathy? Can you reverse the kind of psychopathy that we have been victims of? Right? Like, I think I talked to y'all at one time about the goddamn this bullshit. I'm gonna have to get up off of here. This is annoying me. But I talked to y'all about the movie Clockwork Orange. And I have one scene, and I've only, it's one of the movies if you have the stomach for it, fine. For me, there are certain types of movies where, okay, I know right away I'm only gonna watch. I only got the stomach to watch this one time, and I'm gonna see it through, but I'll never watch this shit again. Clockwork Orange to me is one of those movies. But the scene that always stayed with me was that scene where this dude, and you are viewing the world through his eyes. We are so quick to reduce everything to psychopathy or sociopathy. Sometimes people's pleasure is just, I just be real careful about how I apply those things. Because if you are smart and you are conscious and you're intellectual, and in your intellectual behavior, you just enjoy subjugating, you just enjoy it. Some people, do you call it psychopathy just because they don't fit into the norm that you have ascribed, the baseline of norm that you have ascribed to everybody else? They like, look, I'm the top predator and I see you as prey, and so I enjoy cannibalizing your body. I enjoy these things that a normal baseline person could not even conceive of. These are the things that I take pleasure in. I think of Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. He was brilliant. He was genius, as a matter of fact. PhD level genius. That's why y'all be getting caught up, because y'all think people with certain types of titles and initials before after your name automatically implies a sense of morality. You think doctors are out to get you. You think doctors are out to kill you. Yes, bitch. Yes. Yes. That's what power does. That's what power does. When there is no consequence for your actions, there ain't too much you won't think about trying to get away with it. And so, if there are some that are able to be redeemed, then I love the idea of, like, can you reverse engineer what happened in Clockwork Orange to transform someone who has been made a monster by incessant, ever-present patriarchy? Can you transform one from monster to to mother son? Can you return one to mother son through these same things that we see all the time and just put by the wayside? They tell us not only their intentions but the solutions. Inadvertently, they do. And that scene in Clockwork Orange, I was like, we got to do this in study, but we got to reverse engineer this bitch. Like, that shit was powerful. And that shit came out in the 70s, Clockwork Orange? But that scene, I was like, I knew then. I saw this movie so many years ago. I was not in medical school, but I remember, like, damn, can we do something like that? Can we reverse engineer this thing that he did? Because what he was trying to do was to cure this dude's violent tendencies, to make him immune, to make him not immune. I guess, like, if violence is a virus, to make him immune to violence, to make him, no matter what he was thinking in his head, that he could not commit acts that he could cure him of his violent tendencies. And how he went about because when the movie first comes on, you are viewing the world through the mind of the dude who is the leader of this gang, who literally just goes around the English countryside, literally devising how they can do damage, how they can do dirt. They were like architects of mayhem. Like there was nothing that was off limits for them. And you're viewing the world through his mind's eye, like, yeah, what can we get into next? Like, oh, like he loved violence. He loved it, laughed at it. It was like awesome. It just like, yes. And so he got like a bunch of years in prison, and as a part of this, study, this dude in the prison was like, well, cut all these years off your prison time if you participate in this study, in this research. He's like, all right, what I got to do? Yeah, let me get some time off because I'm already plotting a scheme about what I'm about to do when I get up out of here, right? And baby, y'all got to see that movie. I might have to rewatch it my damn self. But that scene always stood out because they've done it. It didn't come from nowhere. They've done it in the adverse to create the monsters that go around colonizing and killing and doing all type of depraved shit. So can we reverse engineer that shit? You know what I'm saying? Can we reverse it? It was really dope. Y'all gotta watch it. Anyway, that's all I gotta say. I'm fading now and I'm tired. And now I have surpassed the time that I can go outside and get myself something to drink or something to eat. So it's to the kitchen to find something to eat. I'll be back on here tomorrow. This was fun. Then I'll see y'all Sunday for the Q&A session. I see y'all going up in this comment section. Oh shit. Okay. Somebody says, I don't think they're born evil, but I believe every creature is born operating what they believe is in their best behavior, which can include the prejudice of others. The moment a being feels unsafe, they have the perplexity to use cruelty to have their needs met. I always think of heredity and implications, particularly if the father's male sperm quality, this and that. Nothing you're saying is untrue, but it's teetering on a dangerous slope. And it also presupposes that genetic mutations caused by trauma, violence, environmental factors cannot be undone, rectified, or cured. And they can. So that's the other thing that we have to get deep into is how to undo, how to resolve, how to remedy genetic mutations on the DNA. And I'm not talking in a vacuum, because Chinese medicine long ago created treatment protocols that do exactly that. So again, we aren't starting from zero. We aren't starting from scratch. It is about recalling, remembering, reminding. What does the definition of monster mean? To remind, to warn, to instruct, to foretell, to read. What did the phone say? Whatever. To look back, and everything is telling us to go back. Y'all ain't got to reinvent the wheel. Somebody has already figured out what you need to use. You just have to go back far enough or go back deep enough. So I get what y'all are saying, and I'm not discounting it. Everything you say, I am agreeing with, but I'm saying it's still nuanced. I hear what you're saying, Zahara, but motherfucker that came up with survival of the fittest was a moron, and that's bullshit. It's not survival of the fittest. It's not survival of the fittest. It is symbiotic evolution. That's what it is. It's not survival of the fittest. We have to get out of our head war language when talking about human beings, animals, plants, creatures, the Mother Earth. War is a very, very recent human construct. And so if you're not talking about war, then you're not talking about, quote, survival of the fittest. You are talking about symbiotic evolution where the entity that lives on Earth within Earth is always communicating with the changing of the environment around them and adjusting accordingly to the evolutionary process. The Mother Earth is not at war with us, and we are not at war with her. Evolution has nothing to do with, quote, survival of the fittest or any of that war language. It is about recognizing that everything is this fucking shit. Everything is constantly, unendingly in a state of flux, of harmonious adjusting one to the other. If the change in the environment gets too dry, to this and that, then our body, without missing a beat, adjusts accordingly. We have to get this, quote, warrior language, warrior mentality out of our spirit. Even when I'm talking about the need to cleave bitches' heads off, this is not warrior language. This is not warrior language. I'm not interested in being a warrior. I ask y'all the question all the time. Same thing I was asking y'all early on about what would human sexuality, what would human evolutionary sexuality look like in a world with no in a world without oppression, in a world without violence? Ask yourself the same thing. Who would you be without war? Who would you be in a world where warriors were no longer needed? Divine rage, cool. But even simpler than that, divine harmonizer. You feel me? Divine harmonizer. You feel me? Yeah, somebody say, what Daniela say? Yeah, Ghost and Predators is about bringing about balance. Yes. I mean, we say it all the time, especially those that are mothers. The reason that they so confident out here committing crimes against the most vulnerable on earth is because ain't enough mothers cleave these bitches' heads off in public spaces to let them know you can't try none of us no more. That I used to say all the time that if there are enough headlines in the local newspapers that say would be aggressor, would be kidnapper, would be burglar, would be whatever, it plot is foiled when a woman breaks both kneecaps and renders his legs useless. Would be kidnapper. Tables is turned on would-be kidnapper who tries to abduct a 10-year-old from a bus stop and she plucks both his eyeballs out. Would-be kidnapper is subdued, is brought to his knees by a 5-year-old that he had no way of knowing was trained in self-defense, and the 5-year-old knew how to use his pencil as a debilitating weapon. Enough of them headlines. Enough of them. And you will see a radical change in the power dynamic in the society. Who would you be in a world where humans were no longer identified as predator and prey among themselves? How would your children flourish in a society where they never had to look over their shoulders? You understand what I'm saying? So no, we need to create the headlines that shifts this shit in our favor for a change. That's the headline. The headlines need to change. You understand? The what you call them? The council of y'all talk about it. Y'all was just talking about it last week. The pink ladies in India, and they was active for less than a year before India created its first ever harsh laws against rape. Ever? Did the men do that? Because they just got into a position of power and they was like, you know what, we've been dogging these women for far too long. We need to enact some policies that's gonna protect the women and sternly punish men who do dirt to women. That didn't happen. It wasn't until these old ladies in pink saris with traditional fighting sticks started humiliating these men on their jobs, not taking them behind closed doors, dragging them out their cubicle on their job at 12 o'clock noon, dragging them out in the street so that everybody could see a bunch of old ladies in pink saris beating the unadulterated fuck out of transgressors against women and children. That's the only, they did that shit for less than a year before the government was like, we cannot afford for these women to look like the heroes doing the work that we supposed to be doing. Doing the work we supposed to be doing. Doing the job we supposed to be. We are supposed to be the punishers. We are supposed to be the executors of justice. We can't have no old women out here being the heroes to people so they be getting ideas. The worst thing that can happen for the state child is vigilantes. The worst, they tell you in all your movies. That's the whole conflict about Batman. Is some people like he great, and some people like pigs are like, but Batman is making us look bad. We cannot be in a world where vigilante justice is allowed to reign supreme. That's the greatest nightmare, is that you go out here and do the job they're supposed to be doing. That's the greatest nightmare. That's why Luigi posed such a problem, even though I'm not convinced the boy did it. But he's still sitting comfortably in that role. He was like, you know what? If I didn't do it, I wish I had. Bring it on. Because Luigi is staging the contest. But that's why people loved him so much, because he was a good-looking ass nigga who supposedly was fed up with power, with the malignant execution of power that can literally, with a red pen, write somebody's life out of existence. So he said, I got one for you today. Broad daylight. He said, I know I'm a white guy. I'm just adjacent enough to whiteness to know that it's going to take y'all a little time to look for me. He knew. He knew what his whiteness afforded him in this moment. He knew. And he used it to his advantage. More power to him. That's how most of you white people need to be using your whiteness. Using it as an instrument for good. Yes, you should. Yes, you should. Using your privilege as a secret silent weapon for quiet wars. That's what you need to be doing. That's what you need to be doing. And that's what old Luigi did, if he actually did it. It's not hate for vigilantes, baby, because that's all the Wild West was. They glorified that shit in the Wild West when they was going out here to conquer lands, and there wasn't nobody out here to hold white boys accountable. Every Western you've ever seen, and ask me how I know, because my daddy and my stepdaddy both were obsessed with Westerns. We grew up with that shit. There was no fear and hatred of vigilantes in the Wild West, in the pioneering West. No, it is only when you Negroes and brown people and red people and yellow people and women people and LGBTQIA people start talking about exercising justice through your own hands so that it reconciles the acid in your blood, that they like, we can't have nobody out here solving problems, making us look bad. No, they ain't opposed to vigilante justice. Because them same, listen to me, them same cops, them same pigs that, quote, hate vigilantes, let a white boy go out here and do what they think is some revolutionary gangster shit. Them pigs will be bigging up the white boy too. So again, you better recognize who these stories are about. You better recognize who these stories are about. You better recognize what this whole thing is about. Yes, race is always the issue, goddammit. Yes. Genitals is always the issue, especially if they are attached to some black bitch with a big old belly who just had the nerve to squeeze a human out of it. Yes. Nah, he just the what you call it? He just the scapegoat at the moment, baby, because he didn't do that shit. He didn't do that shit. What did I wrote something today. What did I write? Got some deep junk. I got some deep shit I need to drop on y'all. I started good with my little list and marking out little short points on my list, and then I fell into my regular old ways. Ooh. Here it is. And I even think I sent something out to y'all. Like, this is what I wrote, thinking about it. I said, when the law breaks the law, then there is no longer law. When the law breaks the law, there is no longer law. So everything is legal. Everything is legal. I've been saying. I'm like, If we can have, for the first time in the history of the country, a 39-time convicted felon at the helm of the whole United States government, we have to declare that if a 39-time convicted felon can be president of the United States, that while he is the president of the United States, the Constitution is null and void. Law, the quote, law of the land is null and void. Everything, this is the purge out this bitch. Everything is fair game. Everything. So all y'all who've been hollering about reparations for since 1972, this is the perfect opportunity to get your goddamn reparations. It's the perfect opportunity to get your reparations. This is the perfect opportunity, like at the beginning of last year when all these goddamn plantations was just mysteriously burning to the ground. Everything is fair game. That's what they done told y'all. Y'all ain't get the message, but these white boys done got the message. Everything is fair game. Y'all ain't got the message, but these white boys done got the message and literally unleashing holy hell all over this country right now. How many children have died at the hands of white men and white police officers since the year started? They got the message that as long as there is a convicted felon in office, there is no law. We are bound to. Law don't exist no more. So it's the purge, but it's one-sided out this bitch. It's full out warfare, but it's one-sided. Y'all still talking about the goddamn vote coming up. It's fuck y'all. They got the message. These white kids who just killed Nolan Wells and y'all saying everything but the thing, they got the message. Y'all didn't. They got the message. Yeah. Familicide, femicide, infanticide. Child. They got the message you didn't. That's why I love this Indian boy who video I showed y'all earlier. And inbox me on my IG if you want me to forward that copy of that, because that video did me today. I was like, yes. He's like, we don't need no more intellectuals telling us all the ways that we messed up in the game. What we need is action. What is the information brought by the intellectual informing you to do next? That's it. Daniela, I see you, girl. I would just start with the obvious thing, just like do a search for just that. Simple water rituals for the 8/8 portal. And also, we've got the first solar eclipse coming up on the 12th, so just a few days after. So simple water rituals for, I think it's because the lunar nodes just changed. I actually think it's the Leo. The first one is the Leo solar eclipse. What are rituals for the Leo solar eclipse? Now, search, however, like this internet that made those kind of searches crazy easy. I know also if you want goddess centered or goddess iconography, goddess iconic rituals. What's her name? Abrams. Abiola Abrams. Abiola Abrams that wrote African, what's it called? African, what's the book called, y'all? African, I think it's like African Rituals or something like that, but it's by Abiola Abrams. And for each, like theme, she has a different goddess associated, different rituals for each goddess. I love that book, but I don't know if you can download the PDF off of here. If you cannot, just just do a search. Just do a search for some, because I'm telling you, it don't have to be complicated. What I'm doing is not complicated. I'm going out to the ocean and pouring my moon blood into the ocean, playing some music to the ocean, offering some food to the ocean. We got to get out of this idea of thinking we got to. It is your intention, is what you feel in your chest cavity when you go to do ceremony. It's the sincerity that is resonating. It's not the displays. It is the sincerity that water, that earth, that air, that fire is responding to. You understand? So don't make it complicated. Keep it simple. If there's a body of fresh water or salt water near you and you collect your moon blood, that is an obvious and instant and very powerfully potent water ritual to whoever the deities are of the water, to whoever the ancestors this is resonating with. Like, I'm a novice. I don't know what I'm doing, but I believe there's something bigger than me or around me. Please accept this offering. Please accept the stem cells in my moon blood and allow them to heal what needs to be healed in the ocean or on the earth or in the air and this and that. Stop being methodical. Stop approaching ritual like your church done taught you to approach ritual. Stop begging and pleading. Just believe me, I'm sincere, and I want to offer myself. I want to offer up myself. I want to offer up the gift of my blood to repair the world, to do whatever. Shit. Everything, you black and female, anything that comes out of your mouth is medicine, bitch. That's my personal position. If your ass is black and female in particular, not exclusively, but in particular, everything that pours forth from your lips that is consolidated by earnest intention is instant medicine. Not only what comes out of your throat chakra, every time you spit, something is getting healed. Every time tears roll down your eye, something is getting healed. That's what we got to go back to. The kind of adoration of the female flesh that when she is loved, when she is adored, when she is cared for, everything that leaks from her body is literal medicine, not figurative, not mythological, literally measured in studies, in labs. Every way this bitch leak, medicine comes out. So imagine what kind of, and this is why she out here fucked up in the game. Imagine when she is well. Imagine when she is fed. Imagine when she is getting laid regularly and well. Imagine and all the leakages come out that have been shown to be the quote activating material of fucking what do you call it? Pharmacopoeias all over the ancient world. That the activating ingredient of most of the potions was female ejaculate. Y'all can't buy that though. Even when the modern scientist tells you that every way these bitches leak, they curing some shit. They healing some shit. Spit on the baby and the baby healed. What they say, they collected the tears of women and then they collected the tears of men, and the men's tears were inert and the women's tears could heal wounds. Take a Q-tip and put it in the woman's menstrual blood and it healed wound in 24 hours. So imagine if the bitch happy. Imagine if the bitch thriving. Imagine if the bitch recognizes that everybody around her adores her for the entity that she is, for no other reason than the fact that she exists. For no other reason other than she exists. Not because she did something for you, not because she didn't suffer for, just because she exists, she is adored, she is revered, she is upraised. Imagine the kind of medicine that'll just spill out of motherfucking pores when she run on the lap or some shit. I'm talking like I'm talking, but I'm telling you, y'all know me and my dance between science and spirituality and mythology and all of this shit. Those things that I believe, because they have been proven, they have in my Western left brain. I love science and studies and collecting of things and all of this shit. How much more do we have to hear? How much more do we have to hear? How many more studies do we have to read? That if women are happy and women are well, every fucking way they leak cures everything that's wrong with the planet. Titty milk, curing shit. Leakages out their eyes, curing shit. Spitting in their eyeball, curing shit. Ejaculating in their eyeball, curing leprosy. These are stories in pharmacopoeias from all over the world. Jesus can steal the stories and you believe that shit perfect. Jesus healed leprosy with some spittle and shit. Y'all believe he literally hijacked every story attributed to some female with leakages in her body. Y'all can believe it without missing a beat. When it is a story hijacked by your beloved Jesus, but with your own mama, who you got proof in your little bitty time with your mama, and you got a problem with this motherfucker saying everywhere she leak out of, every way she leak, she curing somebody. And if her body chemistry is made well, where she is not traumatized incessantly by fear hormones or fight or flight hormones or rage or anger hormones or worry hormones or shock and fear hormones, that if her body is regulated, that if her hormones are regulated, that she is in a peaceful state of rest and digest, feed and breathe, laughter and happiness, that when she is at her apex, the world is healed. Every way she leak, she healing something. And that shit sound like make-believe to y'all, but y'all can believe a mythological Jesus can spit out of his eye and cure leprosy, even though he uplifted the story. Y'all ain't brand new. These motherfuckers will uplift your story and put their name on it and act brand new, even though he done uplifted the story from several other freaking known female healers around the world at the same time. You can believe it without a doubt and without a question when it's your white boy Jesus. But let some black nappy-headed woman with big titties on this here day tell you that make women happy and she will cure the world. She will cure all that ails the world, and somehow I'm out of pocket. I'm just saying. We already have all the answers. That's all I'm saying. We already have the key for every lock ever constructed. That's all I'm saying. Oh, good. Let's see what this is. Sent one. Let's see. What's this? Misha Leanne. Is this something I need to open? I ain't never seen one of these. Sent one. Cassandra Faye Floyd gift membership. What does that mean? I don't understand. And I can't open it. I gotta learn this channel, these little nuances. I don't know what this means. Sent one Cassandra Floyd gift membership. I don't understand. Gift membership from what? It won't let me open it. How do I open it? I don't get it. How I open it? Received a gift membership by Lee Ann, but how do you access it? Oh, I don't get it. I have to figure it out after I get up off of here. Cause I gotta go eat. I'm sleepy and I'm hungry. Thank you all so much. This was fun. I ain't intend to be on here for another 6 hours, but it was fun, and hopefully you got something from it. And if you want the video that I showed you, the IG video that I showed you from the young brother on IG, hit me up on my IG channel, which is DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, but with the underscore between each word. So DaughterOfTheFates with an underscore between every word. That's my IG. So at DaughterOfTheFates with an underscore between each word. And I will forward that to you because that invigorated my spirit on this night. All right. Good night, everyone. Take care. And I will see y'all tomorrow on the 8-8 portal. Let's go. Oh my God.